every moment, breathing this moment. You came, you made me see the weight I put on me was too much, too tough to heal. I needed time, I needed to be still, to know. You came, you made me see the weight I put on me was too much, too tough to heal. I needed time, I needed to be still.
Be quiet. I hear the thunder that comes from far away. It's like a noise in my head. Oh, this world heart, this world heart, it cuts you deep and leaves the sky. Oh, this world heart, it cuts you deep and leaves the sky. Curtains fall apart, and it frees your heart. It's no longer the same. Curtains fall apart, and it frees your heart. It's no longer the same. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. All we need to do is to get out of here. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. All we need to do is to get out of
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Global Gauntlet 2. That is more specifically the pre-show. For those of you who don't know, Global Gauntlet is a round-robin sort of event where Western teams have the opportunity to go head-to-head against hand-picked, really prestigious Japanese players and Japanese teams. But before we go a little bit further into that, I am Sasu, and let me introduce you to some of my co-casters here on the Analyst Desk, Fufu and Pat. Fufu, how are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. As always, excited to be here, and especially in such good company. You know, this is going to be a great time here on the Analysis Desk. Hey, Pat.
Hey, Fufu. Hey, Sasu. I'm so glad to be here. Watch more of this. I mean, these incredible players, the best, the absolute best in the world that we've selected, both from the West and, of course, from Japan, who are here to show us absolutely the best Splatoon that we can watch.
Yes, we were all lucky in that we had a front row seat to the last Global Gauntlet and exactly how exciting it was. So now I'm glad I'm here on the Analyst Desk to kind of preview what's to come for the second Global Gauntlet. But just looking back a little bit, Fufu, give me your thoughts about Global Gauntlet 1 and sort of how that shook out for us, especially in the West.
Now, yeah, Global Gauntlet definitely was a lot stronger, especially in both NA and Japanese teams. A lot stronger players. Those that have looked at the list may notice that we only have one returning NA team, and that is going to be PXG. Also the same team that had the highest win-loss ratio out of the Western side of things last Global Gauntlet. So going pretty hard on that, but having a fresh new set of faces on the West side. But on the Japanese side, Emperor is missing.
Fufu, did you call
Yes.
PXG an NA team?
They're EU!
They're both.
The West NA!
They're both.
Oh, man, listen.
God's doing a lot of
it's-
heavy lifting there.
That's why I'm here.
I just got here and I'm getting jumped. It's so over for me. It's both. Okay, it's a mixture of NA and Eastern and European players. There we go. Thank you, Pat, for the correction. But on the side of Japan, Emperor is missing as well, which consisted of Lobster, Naigora, Nispa, and Chiaki. But Chiaki is returning with Vacuum World for this Global Gauntlet. And Chocopero's not here this time around, which is a player that is to be considered the highest XP out of the world here. And also because Koshin is next week, so that might be a reason as to some teams are opting to practice for that event instead.
Yes, I think like things are going to be really interesting on both sides. Like you said, some of our Western strong teams are missing, but of course replaced with other really strong teams that we're going to get into shortly. So I'm definitely going to be excited to preview that with those that are viewing. But having looked back at Global Gauntlet 1, sort of previewing into Global Gauntlet 2, Pat, I wanted to ask you about the sort of implications of Global Gauntlet 2 and what that means for Splat World Series 2026.
Well, first of all, Global Gauntlet 2 is not about getting better seeding. It's not about getting a spot. These players have gotten the spot. They're here. That's where they want to be. This is about sending a message. This is about getting the games against their opponent and showing what they can do now against the best that we could get. And right here, we saw in the first Global Gauntlet that the West was able to do much better than most people anticipated against Japan. And now the big question is, was it a fluke? Do we do even better now? Do we do a bit less good because now Japan has noticed and is a bit more expecting what they could face in terms of these European and American players? Like, there's a lot on the line in terms of bragging rights, in terms of showing results. It's on our players to do the deed now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be, I don't want to keep saying, oh, like that's going to be exciting to see. But like you said, implications are huge since we did so well, way better than we thought we would do. We were in the single digits in terms of how many games we even thought we would take, because PXG last Splat World Series only took one game and they were the only ones to do so. So now I think for the West, it's about solidifying skill level and making sure that we really put ourselves on the map. Now that Japan kind of got fired back on last Global Gauntlet, we'll see if we're able to carry that through. But speaking of those teams, let's go ahead and preview some of the strongest teams going into this Global Gauntlet 2, starting with PXG. Let's see. Looking here, you have the members of PXG. You probably know them, maybe love them. You have the graphic at the side there, USA and France. Gray, Solja, Noah, and Goss. Now, Gray, for the most part these days, playing a lot of Blaster. You see the range Blaster there, but I think that's probably not very likely. Gray is widely considered to be one of the strongest in the entirety of maybe Europe and NA, so certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with. Then I think we go into Soldra or Jordan, who is going to be on that Splosher. You can take a look at their X powers for Takaroka on the right there. Next is Noah, who will be the backline, more likely on leader than Snipe Rider, and Goss has that Gal, but wouldn't be shocked if Goss will spend most of this global gauntlet on the Zap to make sure that they have a cooler. Moving into the next team, it's going to be Milky Way. Fufu, can you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, of course. Milky Way is one of those teams that a lot of players are very familiar with. Their roster does consist of Bran, Ice, Q, and Jared. Bran is going to be potentially on the Slosher and S-Class, though we have seen more Slosher than we have S-Class, and Q is going to be on those Chargers, on those Pens. The E-Leaders heavy splatling is in the mix, but we've seen a lot more Pencil more than anything. Ice is going to be on that heavy splatling, the Splatter Shot Pro, and the Tri-Slosher, mainly on heavy splatling again. Again, interestingly enough, we have that double backline comp that they have been running recently, and to pretty good results, I would have to say. But last but not least is going to be Jared on those dualies. Again, I love seeing dualies. In a world dominated by shot, I'm not going to complain about some dualies on the board, but all of these teams are incredible. All of these players are incredibly talented and very strong. And despite them not playing together as much, we do have players like Brandon and Ice that were teammates previously. So there's a lot of synergy going on between these players as of now. Again, I'm always interested to see comps that are just not, for lack of a better term, the norm. Double backline it's so interesting. You have a heavy spotling that is just flexible in its own, and an anchor that is so solid. Snipe Rider, you can't rid that of its podium.
You know what? Like the people, they will see the teams when they're certainly about to play. They're going to see the back line and they're going to gag. But moving into our next top Western team, Rinascita, give us a quick introduction to them, Pat.
With pleasure, Sasu. Representing 3 different countries in Europe, we have Volti, an absolutely cracked carbon. And I mean, you have to look out, especially for Volti, since with extra lag, the carbon is extra dangerous, and we all know that every time you get into a lobby and there's a laggy carbon, you know you're going to have a bad time. Volti used to delivering that, especially if there's Yeti alongside them, because Yeti is, I think, one of the best support that you can find. Yeti is absolutely incredible, either with the splash off or with the zap. There will be paint everywhere and specials always deployed in the exact right spot. That is the perfect player to enable Volti. And of course, behind you have Yoshel and Phoenix, 2 highly successful players. All 4 of these players, all of these players are incredibly talented, but this is the team that I expect to get some surprises, because all 4 of these players are able to play at the best level.
Yes, and that rounds out our strongest Western teams that we're going to be taking a look at on the stream. But moving on to the Japanese players, we're going to start with Always Here. As you can see, Goyame, Hisatsuruko, Streamer Senna, and Sue Maru. Of course, you can see their weapons that they're going to be running. Of note, people always love to bring up Streamer Senna, only 11 years old. We have some young talent here at Global Gauntlet. We also have a 4K in Sue Maru and some returning players. So definitely gonna see and hear more about Always Here as we get to see them on stream. But keeping it chugging along, Fufu, King of Ham, tell me about them.
Yeah, King of Ham consisting of quite strong players as well. Again, this is some of the best that we can get here. But starting off with Toto on that mint decapitator, Inathen on the mini splatling, love our minis. So Sofu on heavy splatling, and Tanaha on the splatbrella. The splatbrella of all things. So we're getting quite interesting with our weapon picks here, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform. Toto was previously on Takoyaki Party, placing 3rd last SW US, and Inaten was on Utopia. And they did actually participate in Area Cup Crown, but didn't quite get the set ratio that they wanted to. So hopefully today they'll be doing a little bit better on that front.
Yes. So, like you said, strong players, but the strong players don't stop. Pat, tell me about Vacuum World.
Well, their name, I think, indicates their strategy. They have Chiaki, incredible player with a 96 Gao. That will bring the vacuums, and these vacuums really allow your team to push forward. It has become such a good special that's working better and better, which I'm so glad to see it work. But yeah, they have, of course, Negitorodon with the roller. You have to look out for the rollers, especially with the lag. They are extra dangerous. And Samurai Kasato to provide the backline, incredibly dangerous. One of the best eliters you can find. And of course, Utan. With the Zap support player that's above 4,000 XP, that's an incredible performance, and you have to look out for that.
Yes, and that rounds out the rest of our players. So we're gonna transition into a game of over under here, if we can take a look at how we did last time around. Am I back? Is this better?
Yeah, you're good. We're
Are we
here.
good?
We're
All
here.
right. Yeah.
We have our graphic. We're getting right into the nitty gritty, I would have to say. Now,
We're all good. Okay, yeah. So last time around, as you can see, there's the Eastern sets versus the Western sets. And then also the breakdown of the games, because a lot of these were really close. And we don't know how it's going to be for Global Gauntlet 2, obviously. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. But Fufu, we'll start with you. Compared to how we did last time, especially because you gave us that preview of who's here and who's not here, what are you thinking for the Western sets and the Western games?
you know, I gotta have a little bit of faith in this world, and I really want to see that we're gonna go over this time. Hopefully, we can get more than 3 sets this time around. We have a bunch of fresh faces. I think it's possible.
Pat, do you agree with Fufu, or do you have a combating?
Here's the thing.
Oh no!
I've been in this scene for a while, and every major that's been organized by the West, there's been 1 or 2 Japanese teams coming to the tournaments, and they were put down in the lower bracket. But then they would come back and they would win everything. Japanese players are always more dangerous after you've beaten them once. And that's what you have to remember. They learn, they adapt, and now they know what to expect. So I'm not as optimistic as you, Fufu, but I do think we'll win less games, but I do think we'll win 3 sets still.
That's going to be exciting to see. As for me, I think I'm also in the middle. It's a little bit hard because I expect to see more, hopefully closer sets, but I'm going to very optimistically hope that we see slightly more wins there, or at least hoping that we can maintain where we were before. And in case you're curious about these sets that we're talking about and these games, we have the sets that we're going to be previewing for Global. Sets, so we thought we'd be a little bit cheeky and do some predictions. You have the graphic there, courtesy of Ellie, of these very sets we have coming up, along with our lovely casters you will be seeing shortly with their thoughts. But I guess I'll start. I've been yapping, starting with PXG versus Vacuum World. We can kind of discuss that very shortly. I see that almost everyone on our staff, no, everyone has Vacuum World taking this. And listen, I'm open to being wrong, but I actually gave it 3-2 to PXG. That is very, like, clearly I'm going against the grain there a little bit, but Pat, you were with me on that first game with PXG. Yeah. I feel like with the showmanship, that first game buff, it's possible for PXG to pull it out. What do you think, Pat?
I think that's possible, and then there's what's going to happen. And Vacuum World is so dangerous, especially since I feel like they have the kind of composition that can counter PXG so well. I think PXG takes a game off of them, but I think that's 1-3.
Fufu, do you agree?
I want to give another set to PXG. Again, I want to remain a little bit hopeful, but I do think it's going to be 2-3 as well. Unfortunately, still siding with most of the cast here on Vacuum World taking this set.
Yeah, you know, I can see it. That's fair. As I saw this chart, I was like, oh my gosh, you know, everybody disagreeing with me. But we move forward. Milky Way versus Mellow Good. And starting off, I'm gonna kind of take your answer there, Pat, from before, and I'm giving it 1-3 to Mellow Good. I think it depends on the stages, but we have to remember that Mellow Good has Grand Roll on the Dreadringer. And Dreadringer doesn't have the same paint it used to, but it can be a thorn in your side in zone. So I can see them just kind of saving their games with that Dreadringer. What do you think, Fufu?
You know, I want to give Milky Way this one. Again, another close one, but I do think Milky Way could potentially take this 3-2. They're incredibly strong. One of the players that makes me the most worried is Grand Roll on Mellow Good, but I want to have hope, just a little bit of it, even if it's a little bit of hopium, that Milky Way could potentially take this 3-2.
Pat, give me your thoughts.
I believe in Milky Way, but I think it's 3-2 for Mellow Good on this one. I think Milky Way can get games off of them, but Mellow Good has the right tools and the right... I don't know. I feel like they'll adapt to what Milky Way would throw at them.
Okay, interesting. A lot of variance in our opinions on this particular set, it seems. So excited to see what we think about Rinascita versus CutieNK. I personally... I hate to say it, I have it as a 0-3 on the side of CutieNK. I know that that's very brutal, but CutieNK is running a pen and a bow, and they have exceptional paint output from what I'm seeing from their comp, and I think it's going to be important to get Vaulty in there. So if she gets outpainted, I think they might have a problem, so I'm guessing an 0-3. What do you think, Pat?
I disagree with you, and I think this is the kind of match where you could be surprised by what Rinascita could do, and I give them a 3-1.
Interesting, Fufu. Oh, you're with me.
I'm with you. I love Rinascita, but I think when you're going up against Area Cup championships, I give them a little bit of benefit there. They are going, I'm going to say, it's going to be 1-3. Those are my predictions.
Well, let's make sure we get through the rest of these because it's almost just about time. PXG versus King of Ham. I have it at an 0-3 as well. Maybe a 1-3 to be cheeky. That is on the side of King of Ham. Sorry, on PXG. I think PXG is going to win. King of Ham is not running a cooler up against a leader. And I think they're asking to be respawn punished. What do you think, Fufu?
I agree. I'm on the same run there. I think PXG is going to take that 3-1. Again, I feel like I'm on hopium. Pat, what are your thoughts?
I think PXG takes this. But I think it's close. I think it's 3-2. I think like we are overestimated the importance of a composition. As well, and King of Ham, they're not running cooler. They're used to not running cooler. They're used to facing elitas, and like I think it's 3-2 for PXG.
Good point, though we all unanimously on staff agree that we believe that PXG is taking that game. So we'll keep our eyes open for that. Milky Way versus Always Here. I give it 1-3 in the way of Always Here. I think running Pen heavy against the highest XP leader in the world is really tough, but you never know until you actually see the game. So agree with me, Fufu, or as the resident leader player out of all of us.
Listen, I'm not going to lie that Always Here throws hands. I don't want to mess with the high XP leader either. That being said, I want to give the benefit that Milky Way is capable of probably bringing this as close, but I still do think that Always Here is going to take that, but it's going to be 2-3 in my opinion.
Pat?
I kind of agree with you, Sesu, on the fact that Always Here has a very, very good shot here, and I'm going to copy you and go 3-1 for them.
Okay, that's another 1-3. I appreciate that kind of tagging me in. Well, a high five on that opinion. But we're getting to this last prediction: Rinascita versus Yamato Spirit. And wow, I'm already seeing a lot of variance. As for me, I do have it 3-1 by the way of Rinascita. I think that the Yoshell leader counters Dynamo that Yamato Spirit is running, and I think that Volti can outpace them. But what do you think, Fufu?
I'm literally the exact same. I'm on the 3-1 train here in favor of Rinascita. We gotta have some hope. I think they had a little bit of trouble here on Yamato Spirit last time around, so I think it's very possible for Rinascita to hopefully sweep in, but also I think Yamato Spirit also had the chance to practice, so we never know, but I'm gonna give some hope to Rinascita. I think y'all got that.
Pat,
I
the final
think
say.
this will be when the sun rises in Europe, and I believe in Rinascita, so I'm saying 2-0 for them.
Ooh,
That's exciting. We kind of tip the scales there and give a bit more of the win there to Rinascita. Gonna be exciting to see if we actually see these Western wins, but you don't have to wait all that much more. We'll be back eventually for a show game to take a look at these predictions, but as for now, we're gonna get right into it. We have Siren and Magic on deck, so that is the end of the pre-show. Join me in watching Global Gauntlet 2 with our two fantastic casters. It's going to be PXG taking this first secure their spot.
just like that. Cricket is looking at qualification.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the second Global Gauntlet Finals. I'm Magic 8-Ball, and I'm joined by Siren. How are we feeling about this heavy international clash?
I'm feeling good. It's a late night for some of us here on the East Coast, but I hope you guys have had your coffee and you're ready to enjoy the show. If that's the case, I know you're also an East Coaster, so glad to be on here with you before we have our adult bedtime.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not screaming too loud that people will call a noise complaint on me, but if I have to, then I will, because we got some very exciting sets coming through for us. The first one, PXG versus Vacuum World, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I know in the pre-show they were talking a little bit about how most people predicted that Vacuum World would win that, but we're going to take a look at PXG first. As discussed before, we do have the players listed up on screen. We have Gray, What Do You Expect? Blasters, obviously.
Right.
Solja /J, who is known for those buckets as well. Noah, one of the top Charger players in the West as U leader, and Goss. I mean, Goss is just good at everything. But this is, I guess, the flavor of the month, right?
Right, exactly. And at the end of the day, Goss, I feel like, is just so well known for that gal that he is ready to just create any amount of chaos with anything that has enough firepower to delete people in seconds. So I'm expecting that. I'm expecting Goss to go crazy. I think on this team, I'm specifically going to be watching that player most first and foremost. But I think the other important aspect is the E-leader matchup for this set, right? Because on the other side, we've got a very much a fan favorite, at least in terms of the SWS 2025, and Samurai Kasuto on that E-leader. So powerful, so wonderful to watch Samurai Cat during that bracket last year, but is joined by a few new faces, Siren. And what can we say about this team right now for those of us who haven't seen this in action?
Well, I might be part of that demographic who didn't get to see this in action because I may have been doing a little something last time we were doing the last global gauntlet. So unfortunately, I'm a bit out of the loop. However, what we can say is what's right in front of us, and that is the honestly, I find like the trademark of a lot of these Japanese teams recently is really sticking to their guns in both like coverage and these long range options as well, right? You have the 96 Scout, like even just the vanilla kit coming back into popularity these days. That Ink Vac is just being used and abused as much as possible, I find, on a lot of different modes, not just the cheesy ones these days. And we're looking at more, I wouldn't say unconventional cooler options, but I would say less popular cooler options from what we're used to in the West. So that NZAP is going to come in clutch for them in that regard.
Yeah, based on the notes that we've been seeing and the feed of information, one of the players from this roster did have to drop out that was originally going to play or was a part of the qualifying roster. And so because of that, there may be a little bit more of a disconnect or getting used to things between this squad. And so that might cause a little bit of chaos, at least in the forefront. But all of these players are, don't get me wrong, super stellar. Chiaki in particular is what I'm going to be looking at the most, who was with Emperor in Global Gauntlet 1.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. So we're seeing a little bit of a guest appearance, a little bit of the crossover with both of these teams. But regardless, I would love to see an upset coming out from PXG. I know historically we haven't really had the best history against a lot of these area cup invitees and a lot of the Japanese teams. And it looks like, though, a lot of us do think that PXG is going to take some games. It's going to go to Vacuum World in the end. But now that you've mentioned that dynamic change within Vacuum World, I could see a higher possibility of a team like PXG taking this set, just to tip that scale a little bit further.
Exactly. It all comes down to those fine details. And especially after the last Global Gauntlet, I wouldn't say that the reaction was surprise. I would say that it was kind of an invigoration, right? Like people started realizing, wait a minute, not only is this possible, but it's actively progressing, right? For so long, it felt like, the West was constantly trying to just break through the surface, get those first bloods in, and not get anything past that. But there was a lot of games that were really, really solid. There was a lot of showings that were really impressive, and at the helm of that was PXG. And so I think that's why a lot of people have faith in this roster and why a lot of people have faith in the West moving forward. And I need to pray that we get validated.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to know. At least we get to talk about these things before all of these sets start in the tournament. I find that in the Western scene of Splatoon, more recent than not, we've been really looking towards the top players of the West for like what is the bar to reach over, and what is there to climb over. And so when you're a team like PXG or you're Milky Way, or you're at the very top of your game and you're known for your reputation in the West, where do you go from there? And for us now, that does seem to be a lot of these area cup invitees from the Japan scene. And I think that's what is ultimately going to spread that knowledge into the Western scene and hopefully trickle down from the top. But I don't know. I don't really believe in trickle down economics magic. We'll see what happens.
Well, don't get me started down the path of neoliberalism. It's already 11 p.m. I can't
Let's skip
do
the
this
politics.
right now. But yes, it's a good point. It has to come from the players who know the most, and to spread throughout the scene, right? And I feel like there has been a good amount of that happening. I've been seeing a lot of videos coming out from Jared, a lot of videos coming out. Excuse me. I even saw one that was labeled, the informational content that people are asking for. Excuse me. Take it away.
Honest. What you guys didn't see is Magic just came back from a cruise. So, cruises have not had a great track record this year. So hopefully this isn't Magic's very last stream with IPL or
We're gonna ward it
Splatoon.
off.
We still have the rest of the season to go, Magic, so you have to stay with us for a bit longer.
Right, I know. That's a good point. This is the Global Gauntlet 2 finals, and there's a lot of exciting things happening with it, but it's all leading up to the Splat World Series after this. And so this is practice at the end of the day, right? Like this is the battlegrounds before the final fight. And let's see what happens. So band stages coming through are Urchin Underpass and Marlin. That makes sense to me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it does make sense to me. It's definitely like a blocked on site type thing, but it does still concern me when I look at the list and I still see things like Lemuria Hub. I'll stay a hater if there's none. I've been wiped out, so I almost don't expect PXG to touch some of the real stinkers on this list, and I've said this before. I think it's one of those things where like you touch what you deliberately know you don't want to play, and you kind of leave the vague ones that you think maybe both teams won't favor alone. Because I think in this scenario where it ends up getting played, neither of you are going to be happy, and that's still even ground. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it makes sense, right, for Vacuum World. And this was similar to the scenario in, I believe it was Splat World Series last year, how Urchin Underpass was just a thorn in the side of Samurai Cat every time it got picked. And so seeing them just completely axe it makes so much sense to me. For those of you who aren't as familiar, who haven't been watching some Global Gauntlet events, it is zones only, and at the beginning of the match, each side bans 2 stages, and then a random stage gets picked. After that game, the winner bans 2 stages, and the loser gets to pick from the remaining set, and that goes back and forth until the set completes. And so there's a lot of stages in Splatoon 3, and you only have a limited amount to really move out of the way. And so that's why, as Siren's saying, you kind of want to make sure you select the ones that you really don't want to see. And if you have to do something you're not as well practiced on, you just kind of handshake it and say, we're not going to touch it.
Yeah.
Good summary?
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good summary. I'm waiting to see what PXG selects here. I'm sure the decision is hard and the pressure is on, especially when you're setting the tone for the rest of the night. if you're PXG, what are you touching here, Magic?
Okay, it looks like, based on some information that I just received in my ear from a little birdie, Basil is going to be playing for PXG due to some roster issues currently. And so that makes me think that she is going to try and pick some leader-favored maps, right, to try and play around that comfort at the very least. That is very interesting.
I guess so. I mean, you're switching a leader for a leader, and then there's a leader on the other side. So I honestly don't. Like, it's a drop in the ocean for me. Unless Noah has like some ridiculous playstyle change from Basil, I just don't see that being a thing. And I think that's a large reason why Vacuum World decided to hit Urgent Underpass there, is because they also have a leader and they want to play around that player in particular. Like, when you look at the roster as well, they have a 96 Gal, which is also relatively long range, and then you have an NZAP, which is like, okay, if you're gonna lean in on like a short range fighting on a stage like Urchin Underpass, you're probably not gonna want to look at NZAP. But I mean, the roller is still pretty solid there, but it's a matter of getting it in the first place, and that already might be difficult when you're using those particular tools on that stage. So I think it's one of those things where like both teams have to profile each other off of the rosters and the weapon pools, and just go say, all right, here's what we have. We have a lot of upfront short range explosive pressure, or we have a lot of AoE, or we have, the ability to climb under ledges, or a lot of protective specials. Like, we do have that big bubbler on the side of Vacuum World, and things like the Tactic Cooler, which are just like amazing tools to cycle life and get into certain areas of the stage. So they might go for something like long, actually, something like ship shape, when I think about it.
Right. That's what I was thinking too, just to kind of streamline things. The coordination that PXG has built is important to them, important to their, I don't want to say their brand, but their play style, right? And so that makes me think, just go for something that is streamlined, that you know that everyone knows how to play, and Barnacle and Dime is a perfect example of that. And this was a random stage, but I think this is one they're going to be happy to see.
Yeah, I would definitely be excited to see this. If I'm honestly either of these teams, it's one of my favorite Splat Zone stages to hop on. And I always love these little comments we have for the Global Gauntlet. I know we've read them before, but beware of your snipe. Enemies may be hiding. I think that's going to apply to things like that roller quite a bit. So watching those laneways is going to be super integral to PXG throughout the stage. And yes, of course, that lockout is key to any team trying to secure the win on this stage. They do want to get that lockout, of course, and
right,
drop into the base.
It's not like it's difficult to retake, but it's just that it's very easy to completely wall, right? To just really make it difficult for them to take those few steps. That top right area that you'll see at the base, right? That top right ledge is so important. I've seen so many well-placed specials completely deny a push entirely for a full special cycle in terms of just the timing, right? Just because that is your only option. That top right spot, that's your only option.
It's definitely a leap of faith at times, because there's just so much verticality to that drop from there into the fighting area of the when you're trying to break out a spawn, basically. So that's something for both of these teams to keep in mind, is that okay, we can't really be dipping our pinkies into the idea of a fight. We need to all commit to this, and we need to have some sort of tangible advantage if we want to be taking anything on down there.
We should be starting here soon. The first match in the first game of the Global Gauntlet 2 Finals is about to come at you fast. PXG versus Vacuum World. And there's a lot of shakeups that are happening, but that may mean that we're going to be having some fun shaking up for these sets. And I want to move past this screen. I want to get to the next one. Let's move it. Come on. There we go.
You were tired of seeing all that water in your face after your last week that you had.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to go down there and relive my Tudos days. Don't worry. That's...
Okay, the kids are too young for that one. I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, I know. You really wanted to make that a thing, but at least you were successful in getting people to say soda now. That's a thing that still happens at LANs, I think.
Is that really?
I think so. I think the kids are saying that at Riptide. Guys, Magic invented that. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
And then you just sometimes it's just a simple little phrase can just move all the way through. Speaking of moving through, we are finally through the wait. PXG versus Vacuum World. We're going to be seeing it start here, and we are going to be seeing already some very interesting plays come through from all of this, right? I mean, we're seeing the Respawn Punisher E-Leader war.
I mean, yeah, nothing surprising about that there. You know what did really catch me off guard, though, is that Chiaki, at the very least, has 3 mains of swim speed, so they are trying to go so fast. And that means there's also no mains of special charge. That is just pure aura right there, pulling up that back that early into the game.
And speaking of pure aura, just walking all the way forward, just running them down with that vacuum, with the entire squad behind them. Chiaki doing a wonderful job initiating that first fight, and Torodo is doing a wonderful job at playing off of that pressure. I mean, that roller has been completely in their face, which is a very hard playstyle to utilize effectively, right? To just be constantly fighting as a roller, but this is going super well for them.
Yeah, it's one of those interactions I've never really seen, because I haven't seen like a high damage output weapon like 96 pair up with a roller in the way that they are playing with Negitorodon. It's interesting because you'll see Chiaki get these one-shots out, and Magic, I just blinked and they cleaned things up so well. But they'll get these one-shots on players from the side of PXG, and then like Negitorodon doesn't need to get that close. They don't need to even like hit a direct roller shot. They just need to get like some damage on them and they'll go down. And that's not usually like, when you're building comps, you don't think of those kinds of things. You're like, okay, I want like a blaster or something else like that. Like you're not thinking about like, oh, what if my roller player like kind of gets close to them, you know?
Right, like, everyone is so annoyed when a flick, whether it's a horizontal or a vertical, doesn't quite get the damage off that it needs, or is just kind of feels like a wet noodle, but that is prime pickings for a 96. I really like the idea of like vacuum and roller and E-leader, right? Like that seems like such an interesting way to play around that, right? Because a lot of the way that you would dodge snipers, a lot of the ways that you dodge rollers is through your movement, is through your ink control, and when you don't have that, you're at such a disadvantage. And as long as the roller's with the vacuum and the E-leader can shoot wherever it needs to, wherever the vacuum is, you're golden. Like you can just run through them. Like it seems like, oh yeah, it's easy to pull off, but it's not. It is very hard, and they're doing it so well.
Yeah, that definitely, like, the dynamic plays into things like Wave Breaker as well, and just the sheer coverage that zap provides. So it is like you said, it's kind of like a fly trap. It's a sticky trap. You put it down, and if they dare even enter the what's the thing from Jujutsu Kaisen?
The domain expansion.
Yeah, the domain expansion with the roller. You're gonna go down. Sorry about that, guys.
No.
My Wii
that one was
era.
hit with the kids. You're good. You're
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Finally, we're gonna get some hits.
Humpback, Pump Track, and Manta Maria as the ones removed from the pool. I think that's not what I would have expected as well. I would have thought that at least Humpback would be a great roller-centric stage, but maybe they're trying to just focus on ones that have a lot of entry points, right? Like, I don't know. What do you make of that?
I think they're trying to avoid a little bit more verticality in the middle of the stage, which is why they touched Manta as well. I don't think they really like the idea of their own leader getting flanked or playing leader wars and not really having those players engaged with the same fights as them. And I also just think that they see the threat that Gray is on the side of PXG, and they don't really want to deal with Gray Blaster on Humpback, where I think Blasters have a bit of a crazy advantage when they're circling the center of the stage. They just really get to shoot around that zone better than pretty much anything else. So if a roller's hanging out in that little pocket by the zone, yeah, good luck. It's not happening. And their ledges are going to get cleared super easy by players like Gray. So it's one of those things where I think it's just too linear for a roller player to thrive on the way that they've been playing.
And especially with Marlin and everything too, like that, you're right. It's the verticality. And Macomart is nice and flat, has a couple nice spots for vertical for hiding presence, right? But you're gonna get those fights like you mentioned where the E-leaders are both engaged with each other rather than focused on the frontliners. So I think that PXG is kind of locking into it as well, right? Is picking apart that playstyle.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think this is going to be I don't want to say equalizer for both of these teams, but I do know that this is a very highly favored Splat Zone stage in the West, and we play the ever-loving doodle out of the stage. I don't want to swear, but...
No.
I don't know why that's the word I picked. But anyway, we're going all in on that left side push for the members of PXG. My goodness.
That is a full frontal assault, and Gray already picking off a key member of Vacuum World. Speaking of, that's a full 20-second wipeout, Siren. This is a complete reversal of what we saw in the first game, and yeah, it just took one collective push, and they got it.
Yeah, I was really surprised they took that route, but here we have CutieNK coming back in with that vac that got them in that first game as well. Negitorando is moving up with that bubble, has that zone capped once again, and is applying that penalty to the members of PXG. And you can kind of see this rotation circling the stage a little bit, and Soldier getting a bit off track, but we do see Gray back in that zone, really trying to take out CutieNK, and I'm sure is breathing a breath of fresh air after clearing them.
Oh my goodness! I think one or two players jumped in to Gray, who was just camping out around that right side, and they just full on pincered them. Right, Basil went down, but the rest of them were in such a good spot and had just enough paint around them that they were able to make that fight work. And now Gray and Goss, the dynamic duo of PXG, are just working a absolute perfection unit of presence here, and this is 30 ticks away from being PXG's game, but CutieNK has something to say about it, trying to get this pick with the vacuum, but not going to be able to land it. Goss able to fly away for now, trying to shred this bubble, so important. The wave breaker comes through, and the Tacticooler, and that's going to be the zone capped for Vacuum World. My goodness, let me take a breath.
Yeah, I just saw those two wave breakers both sitting on the zone, one sitting at a bit of a weird angle there, and now we just have Basil and Soldier left to fend for themselves on this stack as the members of Vacuum World close in on them. But it does seem we have a lot of trust in Gray. They jump back in there, and that allows the other members of PXG to stay alive for a little bit longer, hold that zone cap, get Gray back in, and this should be the start of another good moving forward for PXG.
Yeah, but Basil has to be really careful here. You can see the encroachment on the position, and there he goes. That's Enki Torodo doing it once again. This roller has been an absolute stellar frontline presence. Like, just the amount of ability to stay alive, getting those perfect bubbles in the right spots, and allowing the team to flood around them. I'm super impressed at this play, and this is a name I'm going to be remembering for the future, especially for the Splat World Series, but PXG is still not out of this, even though the penalty is gone for Vacuum World.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do finally have a penalty applied to Vacuum World as well. So PXG, as you said, not quite out of this just yet, but Chiaki coming back around does have that vacuum at the ready. Not sure if they're going to quite pop it now, given the 2-down situation that they're dealing with on the side of Vacuum World, but we do see Solja here moving up on that right side. Basil in a very good aggressive position, has eyes on Samurai Kasato. And it seems like PXG has a little bit of hesitancy to move a little bit further, understanding that Chiaki has that back that could be popped at any moment. So you have to understand where and how to put that pressure on in these final ticks of the game.
I love what that entire play. Oh my goodness. Okay, Solja just completely negated that back by just being behind Chiaki. Like, that was it, right? And I think this is why they were trying to get stages like Marlin and Humpback off of the table, is because if they can find a way to sneak around and to sneak behind and get into these spots that the vacuum has to just look all the way away and it can't be of use, they can just go for that full forward aggression that they're used to. PXG actually just completely correctly adapted.
Absolutely. I like that you mentioned playing around that back, because you saw how slow that PXG was playing towards the end, and that was a deliberate choice, waiting for Vacuum World to make the next move in the game so they can react accordingly, rather than, you know, okay, let's pull forward, let's get in front of the vacuum and try and take it out. Well, that would give Chiaki a very straight line to deal with everybody.
Exactly. And yeah, this is it right here. Look at how Chiaki has to move all the way around, even though Solja is like completely isolated from the rest of the team, because it broke up the cohesion of the special coordination. It allowed them to seal that game. That was so smart, and this is what I love about PXG as a unit, and why I'm so used to seeing them all together, and why I was hoping that having that switch up wouldn't cause too much of an interruption in that, and I'm seeing that it did.
Absolutely, yeah. Really good move from them. So I believe this means that PXG is in a position to ban a couple of stages of their own. So it's the first time they're, well, no, actually, it's not the first time they get an opportunity to. They did have a choice to ban a couple earlier on. But at this point, now we've played two of the biggest Splat Zone stages, the ones that are popular in the West. So what are we hitting this far into the set that makes things more optimal for us for these next 3 games?
You know, you still have a couple of solid options, right? Like Ramen is still on the table, Haggle's still on the table, and I think those are ones that they could very easily take off, right? Like, those are maybe. Let me correct myself. Ramen, I think, would be good for them to keep on, right? So that's something that they would probably go for. But something like Haggle, they probably would want to take off, right? Like, they don't want those flat, long lines. They don't want the linear one choke point stages where the vacuum can completely shut them down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's rough too, though, because okay, well,
okay.
we know what we want. We know we don't want to deal with Lemuria. So, well, speak of the devil, we have a Robo Ramen. I'd never noticed how low poly that noodle was, but
yeah. We don't know how low poly the noodle and the doodle was. Anyways.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know. I think I kind of like this for PXG. I'm curious why Vacuum World is deciding to go for this, because I feel like Soldier and Gray can both control their own space, whereas it feels like Negi Torodo is the one who's making those first moves, and Robo Ramen isn't a stage where you can just make a push in one area, right? Like, you need to control those side lanes.
Magic, I'm gonna actually disagree. I think this is great for Vacuum World. I think you get that big bubble right on that pillow near their spawn, and then you set up camp for the next 30 ticks very easily. It's a scary position to be in, and that's kind of why I'm not at all surprised to see Gray switching to the shorter range blaster. Even though it is the splashdown one and not the bubble one, I think it's something that they understand they're going to be dealing with objects and they just want something quick to deal with it. It's a very valid choice to make here, and unfortunately, speaking of valid choices, it seems like Gray dropped into an area where 3 members of Vacuum World had decided they wanted to go to, so that was not really a great start for PXG, which historically has not gone very well for them, but it seems like the tables are starting to even out a little.
Yeah, it seems like they were able to at least shut down that first initial big collapse, right? The big firefight. But Negi Torodo doing wonders with that bubble, and it's already called out and completely locked down. Not even just diving towards them, but just using the cover just to perfectly use these horizontal flicks. Like, I've never seen a roller player do so much work with just a couple of shots. Like, that was so well placed.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That roller can get in there, and it's like just an absolute funnel. Like, you either take out the players who are here hanging out in the spawn, or if they have to drop to the far right, like, they are going to have, like, they're going to exist in a very clear line of sight for the other members of Vacuum World. So I hate to call the game now, but we're 10 seconds left to go, and we have to scramble towards the zone, and not even our strikes can cap it. It's Jover.
It's Jover? It's Jover. That's... My brain is... My wheels are turning right now. Like, I'm trying to take this from the perspective of PXG, right? Like, Robo Ramen, I feel like, has a lot of verticality, like, has a lot of options for chasing people down, right? But I guess that also means that it can be a real problem if you're not controlling the center of the stage, right? The center stage control in Mako Mart is dependent on the sides, but Robo Ramen, the sides don't control the top. I guess that's... I'm not making a whole lot of sense right now, but it's making sense in my brain, Siren.
I'm kind of getting it because this is what I've been living, you know? It's it's a very hard stage to solve, I think, especially if you're used to things like Mako Mart, where you're used to playing around the sides and then you can easily reconvene with your teammates. But when you drop to the sides of the zone on this stage, then like whoever is in the middle is dealing with whoever is in the middle. So if all of your aggressive pressure is like, no problem, I'm just gonna pop over here and take out the roller, well, okay, now suddenly I'm in danger for being the guy who wanted to help deal with the zone.
Right, exactly. Like, it makes it so much more dependent on those first firefights, right? You know what? Maybe it plays more like Inkblot in a way then, right? Where control of top mid
yes.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah,
my brain is
really
expanding.
wide one.
Exactly.
You gotta speak to us in Splatoon 2 terms, or else we won't understand.
Yeah.
What Splatoon 2 stage is this like? Oh, no problem, Magic. It's Starfish main stage with wider sides.
Ah,
I got you.
that's so funny. That is so funny to me, and I hope it is funny for the people at home.
It won't be. They're too young to play Starfish. Okay, wait. It's revealed to the audience. Undertow and Hagglefish are the real bands, and maybe the real bands are the friends we made along the way. We finally hit the stinkers. So I think, sorry to call them that. I'm sorry,
No, no.
Bluefin fans. They are stinkers.
Feel free.
So PXG does have an opportunity to pick from one of these amazing options. If I'm them, I'm probably picking Mahi at this point. I just think it puts the roller in slightly more vulnerable positions, and there's only a couple areas to camp throughout the stage. And I think out of those areas that the roller can camp, I think Gray will have no problem playing babysitter duty for it. That's just my thought, but what do you think, Magic?
They could come out and do something crazy, right? Like they could do an ink blot, right? Where it would be super, super nice for Gray to just hug those ledges, right? Like it would be hard with the roller, but as long as they can get into good positions, then maybe. But they can also do something crazy like Scorch Gorge, right? Like it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but an e-liter can't look at everywhere at once. And that's a way to at least equalize the playing field and let them get some breathing room, because I feel like that's what they had on Macomart, is they had like just enough breathing room, just enough cover to like be able to take those isolated fights, and that's what Scorch Gorge can provide.
I'm trying to see the vision, I really am, but I think when I look at it through that lens, I still gravitate towards even like oh my goodness, what am I'm having a senior citizen moment.
No.
The ruins, the bottom left one in the Umami. Yes, thank you.
I mean that's a pretty, I would say, at least in like tournaments I've played it and stuff, that's a pretty normal stage.
Oh.
This was another one I was eyeing up. Flounder. This makes sense to me, right? Again, it gives them enough cover where they're not having to face an e-liter everywhere they go. It allows them to take isolated fights with other front lines. It allows them to play around mid and still control it without having to take on those front face fights. I think this is smart, and I think it works better. And yeah, Uton is going to have to change up their play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see the bucket coming out. It's a very popular choice to have on Flounder, but I think when we're talking about notable buckets within these 8 players that we have on screen, I look at a player like Solja, who's pretty much known to one-trick it and is very strong, and I'm really glad that we moved over to Solja's perspective, because this initial fight and gaining dominance over the opposite zone is like usually one of the things that makes or breaks Flounder Heights for a lot of teams, just because that retake can be so difficult. So it is good to see like PXG able to hold their ground for a little bit longer here. We just have Basil left standing, and now it's just going to be Goss as the last line of defense. So a little bit worrisome this early on, but it's good to see that they're at least holding the neutral.
Yeah, it feels like they haven't given up super much ground, but I guess just enough for Chiaki to find an opening and find a couple of sneaky little pellets to land on the members of PXG. That's a lockout if I've ever seen one starting to form, and they've got the specials at the ready as well. Kasato, though, is going to line up with Basil, and that's a huge splashdown on the zone from Gray. That's 2 down, actually. What a huge play, and a stellar first face-off from Basil against what I would argue is one of the all-time GOATs on the E-liter, and Basil showing, yeah, she deserves to be up with that crowd.
Absolutely. And I think this health bar has... Okay, well, I was hoping that it had maybe clued in the members of PXG that Samurai Tan was coming in around here, but Samurai Tan able to climb the walls and get a great flank, securing both zones for the members of Vacuum World and applying a penalty back to PXG. So getting back in here is going to be a little bit worrying. We do have CutieNK very slowly creeping up on this lower left side here. I know she's probably going to have her eyes open for someone like Basil looking out for her, but a very well-placed Ink Mine is going to call out that roller and prevent much more havoc from going down.
Right in the backfield here, what's going to happen? A splashdown at the ready, trying to just pull attention, gets at least one very important player on that roller, and that's going to at least give PXG a little bit of opportunity here. And Inkback comes through. If Soldier's able to land a couple of Ink Strikes, it might happen. Another trade, Gray for Negi Tordo, and that's 2 down on the side of Vacuum World, but it's not going to last for too long, because every single time they feel like they have an opening, there's just one player that gets just enough damage, and it's all collapses around them.
Oh my goodness, that was the most cinematic Inkback I've ever seen out of CutieNK. Did you see how they just shot it up towards the sky and it took like 10 seconds to land, and when it did, it took out Soldier, who probably did not see it coming because it came in from pretty much the heavens.
From the heavens, Vacuum World descends upon PXG and sucks it all the way up. That is going to be 3-1. PXG, the hope, the light of the West, not able to clear this monolith of a team.
But I do have to give it to them. That was a huge risk to be taking in that last game, going into Flounder when they knew it's such a hard stage to get back in on. It's a huge risk to take, but it's one of those things where it's like, if you can get through it, then you have such a better shot at securing the win if you can get those initial fights.
Exactly. And they were so close to it too, right? Like they were holding on, getting the front lines at least trading, right? And it's just like, when you're in those moments, you're like, all right, step on the gas one more time, right? And so then trying to like amp themselves up, maybe they lost track of CutieNK, weren't expecting them to come up the wall, and that's all it took to just clean that zone and start the snowball down the road.
And I do just want to bring up like kind of maybe a bit of a meta discussion here. I know how popular that blasters have been in the West ever since they were buffed most recently. A lot of players see it as a very big threat, and to see someone just burning through things the way CutieNK did was like, what? Like, just not even afraid to get within the range of Gray and just get in their face and take them out within the 2 shots. It's a lot. It takes a lot of confidence and a lot of skill to be able to do that.
Exactly. And I think you make a good point, right? Like, people think, oh, blaster equals damage equals, I'm doing everything that I can to just completely clear the opponents, but sometimes you need the range for it, right? You need the 70s. You don't need just the 60s that come out close to you and that you can wiggle your way around. Like it takes good positioning. It's Blaster is forgiving. It's probably a lot easier to get picks with, but 96, if you have the skill to make it absolutely a monster, it's so much harder to play against.
Yeah. They both have very high ceilings, but I would like to argue that the ceiling for 96 might be a little bit higher right now.
Right, exactly. Especially with the way that you have to really coordinate to use the special. PXG, we're going to be seeing them again, so I'm hopeful that whether it's composition changes, whether it's getting their mojo up, they can really make a solid showing for the rest of their sets. But we've got some information from the other matches that are happening right now in round 1. The next game that we're going to watch is Milky Way versus Mellow Good, but they're not done with their round 1s yet. Milky Way is 0-2 right now, and Mellow Good is 2-1 versus Rinascita, actually, which is the Volti team.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So let's run through what Rinascita is rocking right now. It's Volti, Yeti, Yoshell, and Phoenix. And right, like these are mainstays in terms of the top players of the West, right? And PXG winning the Sendoku Season 11 finals, Yeti was a part of that roster. These are players that have been consistently at the top for a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just I don't know. It's Western soup at this point, right? You got a lot of these players who are just like really strong playing together. We've seen Phoenix forever, we've seen Yeti forever, and Volti as well. Like she's earned her title and earned her spot here in the global gauntlet for sure, and very well known for that carbon as per her namesake as well. I am hoping that this is just one of those situations where it's like, okay, we've done our homework, let's get this set. But hey, what are your thoughts, Magic? I know you wanted to take a look at this team.
I actually think that of all the teams, this one has the potential to perform the best, which I know might be crazy, but I really do think that they're next up, right? Like Yoshell and Volti and Phoenix have been really good for such a long time, but they haven't found their dominance yet. And I think that the combination of all four of these players, if they hit their stride at the same time, it would be like they would go absolutely nuts. Like they're all so talented. Just got word they did end up losing the final game of that set, so they lost 1-3 Rinascita versus Mellow Good. But I think that's because if we take a look at Mellow Good, you'll see that they barely even drop games.
Oh.
This is Grand Roll. This is Grand Roll's team. This is probably the winningest player in terms of the East versus West events. They were on the team that just cleared everyone during Splat World Series last year. Like this is the team to beat today.
Oh, really?
The team
okay.
to not beat. Yeah, the team to not beat.
So you're saying Grand Roll is the winniest, Jackson? Sorry. Now we're getting really boomer with the references.
Yeah, no, I didn't even get that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, Someone will. Someone will. It's fine.
You'll find your people.
Yeah. They have to be out there. But it is really exciting, again, to see another gal player coming out from these Japanese teams, especially for me. I love seeing that 96, the vacuum, and as well as that versatility to play into the 52 gal with that whale and the wall for a little bit more aggressive oomph when they want it. And that is one of those things that really allows players like Shito and Grand Roll to move forward and then get to do their fun little campaigns like the S-Blast shenanigans, and of course, who could forget our lovely Dreadringers with the Reef Slider and Crab Tank. I mean, like, both kits are so solid these days for zones.
I've really been loving the Crab kit. Like, I think it has so much potential, right? People don't think of curling as like a really solid like movement option, but it can be. Like, it can really get you into the places that you need to be. And because Crab needs to get into very specific places, and because a slosher needs to play in very specific places, like it really allows you to accelerate the gameplay. So I really like it, and I know it's zones, so Reef Slider has almost too much utility not to use, but I don't know. I love the Crab set. I'm a huge Dreadringer fan. I'm gonna be fanboying this entire set. Whatever. The other player I want to talk about is Shito, who is someone who has been in like area cups for a decent amount of time, if I'm not mistaken. Like I know I've casted this player before in one of my area cup streams a while ago, but just a consistent, solid blaster player. Like you're never gonna catch them slipping.
Absolutely. I mean, I think probably is one of those players that we see similar to Gray or even Nolan, as far as like equivalents in players where like, okay, they're gonna hit those shots and they're gonna nail it every single time. And it is honestly surprising to hear that reputation when you're looking at things like the X power and you're like, okay, well, I would associate like the most aggressive players to have like the highest numbers here. But you're seeing Shito having one of the second lowest power out of the members on the team. I mean, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not one to talk because I'm not the biggest X rank head. I think this is a hot take to have nowadays, but I don't always think that the way to win X rank is the same way to win in comp. So I don't always like enjoy
Snaps
it.
Here.
I'm in an echo chamber right now, I see. So
No, I'm snapping. Yes, jazz hands.
well, yeah, I'm saying like you agree with me, and that's wrong. You know, I need someone to yell at me for that one because I don't think it is the popular opinion within the competitive community as a whole.
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I've been elsewhere. I've been off the grid.
living in a shed with no internet. You just listen to Area Cup on radio while you practice your Japanese.
Yes, exactly. That's actually the chamber where they send you to prep for Area Cup streams. It's sometimes I just go there now to relive the glory days, you know. Anyways, I think it's such an interesting point to make, though, right? Like you were saying, the equivalence, right? Like, how do players compare in terms of like the West, their rank, not like their ranking, their percentile, I guess I would say, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we think that Nolan is like 98th percentile in terms of players, don't.
Oh, and I'm starting to wonder, like, I'm trying to think of, like, the semantics of the discussion where it's like, okay, 90% of, like, all competitive players in the West, all players as a whole, because I thought X rank was already, like, the 1%, so.
Right, like, I guess I would whittle it down to, like, X rank players, right? Like, 98th percentile of X rank players, right? Just... Again, even though we're both not X-Rank heads, but just to at least put guardrails on the argument. But the players who are at the 98th percentile in the West are like hitting a certain threshold, but like there are more players at the 98th percentile in the East, and I think that percentile is at a higher level than the 98th percentile in the West, right? Like that's always been kind of the argument, is that there's more players at a higher threshold.
Yeah, I feel like the lady with all the math calculations going, like, floating around her head right now. I'm like, okay, but the 98th percentile in the East and then the West, and then the signals get crossed because all of us Western players think we're better when we sign up for the Japanese X rank every time.
Yeah.
But guys, it's the better one.
Honest, everyone who's yapping on Twitter about X rank and everything and East versus West, this is how you all sound to me. I'm throwing it out there. But guys, this is how it comes into my brain.
We're playing with the Japanese player and totally not just playing with the other North American players who pick Japanese.
Okay, good. Yes, take us away from this conversation. Let's look at what's going on in the rest of the tournament. Always here, who admittedly was not always here, is 3-0 versus Hulebook, who is JJ, Len, Prosper, and Landon. And so that makes sense. Wait. What is it? Landon Adapt. My mistake. Landon Adapt.
Not Langdon, it is Adapt.
Wait a minute, is this saying that it's 3-0? Oh, is it because of the... Okay, I understand now. Always Here is just a goat. Even when they were asleep, they took out Healbook. I see. Anyways. I'm hearing that this is not completely updated, but that it's relatively close. Cricket's King of Ham is 2-2 right now. Really?
Oh. Is it? Well, dang. I mean, I guess that would explain why the full set's not over yet, because I feel like we've been here for a while now.
Right, exactly. I know there are, players trying to get communications across the oceans, right? It's all a lot of work to get this whole entire thing coordinated and actually effective.
I know. I'm not a big fan of the Sendo update ever since they started forcing us to use carrier pigeons to communicate with the opposing team. It's not...
Yeah.
Like, I have to open my window and then, like, put the room code for my Sendo queue lobbies. It's just so slow now. I don't know.
Gosh, back in my day, we didn't even have Sendo. We would be on the Battlefy chats, in the Discords.
You could send pictures to your opponents.
Exactly.
Just drag and drop your memes.
That was so much
chat.
fun, to be honest. Maybe I'm just a cynical old man at this point, but I do miss playing in tournaments, just talking with your opponents. Like, it's such an interesting concept, right? Like, you sign up for this event and you have no idea who's on the other side, right? But you are 8 people that decided we are going to come together and figure out who's better at this weird amalgamation of electric currents that are showing up as bright flashing colors on illuminated screens in front of us.
I think the culture surrounding, like, just getting into a lobby has changed dramatically, because in Splatoon 1 it was like, okay, you still had to add people as friends, and then you had to know their usernames, and then we switched to friend codes in Splatoon 2, and that became like a whole thing, because then it felt like your friends list was almost like your Girl Scout scarf with the badges on it. It was like, oh, here's Dude here, here's Sendao, here's Gray from when I played them in a tournament and got absolutely stomped by them. And now these days it's just like, pool code IPL3, join up, password 669. Like, it's just not the same, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It all fades to dust after the round is gone.
Efficiency is wonderful until it creates too many barriers for communication and understanding. And sure, I'm on a soapbox here, but whatever. I've done it before. They haven't stopped me yet.
We got a harsh talking to last time about not being serious enough on the stream. I'm so sorry, Ellie. Gotta fill the time by being a goober for a little bit. Y'all didn't hear that, but they do not blame us at this point. We get to be boomers and just like sit in our little armchairs. I know actually the Canadians outnumber the Americans in this call, but like I work in a mall that has a Tim Hortons in it, and if you're Canadian you know that they attract old people like moths to a flame.
Really?
Yeah, and so the Tim Hortons was under construction for like a month, and during that month, like all the old people like scattered away from the mall. Like there was just none of them. And then it reopened today, and like suddenly everyone was back. Like I'm in the food court and there's just like 50 of them.
50 of them.
Dude, old people love Tim Hortons and they love malls because it's a flat surface, so it's easier to walk on. So if they want to get their little old people exercise, it's easier than like pushing their walker and rollers over like sidewalk bumps and like grass, and like it's so much easier to just, you know, and the scenery changes, and you know, they can talk to the youngsters who are financially obligated to respond.
Right, exactly.
Their grandkids are not texting them back, so it's great.
And they
Old
need
people
a
love malls.
Technology help.
Yeah, they do.
I was like, why haven't they died out yet? Now I understand.
I
Understand.
Yeah.
That is so funny. I feel like this is a land commentary block right now.
It
Like
is.
this is the energy it's
It's
getting.
all the downtime, and Kraken Mare is running around, putting out a fire.
Yeah, like there's just people running around us, and we're just like catching like the stray ends of their conversations where we're trying to piece together what's going on, and
Yeah.
you know, there's like crazy upsets happening from like the table all the way in the back, and you can see a crowd forming. And
And Pico's doing push-ups in front of me while he's waiting for more spectator cam games. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening right now. And I'm sure everybody...
we got a room.
We have a room! We have a room together! Finally. Will people join it? Good question.
I really hope so too. Milky Way. Can we talk about Milky Way? I want to talk about Milky Way.
Yeah, please
There's I saw in the commentary doc, and yes, I'm talking about behind the scenes stuff. I'm not just gonna say, well, I heard it in the scrim bucks. I'm gonna say it was put there by some. I don't even know who wrote the commentary doc. Ellie, was it you? Okay, so you said, oh, they're just sitting and not really playing in tournaments and just scrimming, and then like showing up every like so often to play in a tournament, but otherwise they're like dead silent. And I'm like, that's always been Starburst's thing, though. I feel like that was always kind of like their MO, was like they were just like sitting there like a shark, waiting, prepping, getting ready for the next big time to chomp down on the NA and the West as a whole. And so hearing that, maybe they are in really good form today, right? Like, or at least they could get there.
I don't know, because in my opinion, I've seen a lot of Milky Way recently. I've seen them playing a lot of the North American League, so it's one of those things where it's like, I think they are around, and I think they are playing, but I think tournaments are such a big energy and time sink that they have to be very deliberate about what they sign up for and when, because they could be, you know, playing a tournament for 4 or 5 hours with a ton of downtime because they're going to finish their sets probably, like, let's just be honest, they're probably going to finish their sets, especially in pools, really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Where it might make more sense to just put all that pressure and time into just playing a scrim for a few hours and really getting to push pedal to the metal for big tournaments like the Global Gauntlet and the Splatoon 3 North American League.
Exactly. So I think everyone always likes Milky Way as like a good option for a team that's going to go far, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like doing otherwise, you would be crazy, right? It's not like they're impervious to upsets, but when it happens, it is important to talk about. And that's why seeing them on the inverse side, where they are kind of like not super a favorite, is always so interesting to me, because it's like, what do they do when the cards are not in their favor?
Mm-hmm.
And I love seeing them get pushed. I love seeing how they adapt and play. Like, Brand is one of the most fun players to see in under pressure because he can just go absolutely crazy. And so with this double backline composition that they're running, I'm so curious how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I think this has been really popular as of recently, just because of how much coverage it provides for the two other players, especially in something like Splat Zones, where, like, okay, turf is obviously the name of the game, so it's really hard to remove that kind of pressure just from the zone itself. Like, even if you're winning these fights, as long as those anchors are still alive, like, you still have to get that far to deal with them properly and
Mm-hmm.
get in proper. Like, it's I'm saying proper a lot, but like you get what I mean. It's not easy. It's not easy. So there's no shock coming to me that Marlin Airport and Crab Leg are what we're taking out first. They're more long range favored stages, I would say. And Marlin has another sort of leap of faith type. It's weird. It's a hybrid stage that, like, is lockout heavy in pretty much every mode. And Crab Leg is just one of those things where it's like, okay, if you get Q up on those grates, like, I'm just gonna name drop her because she's crazy. If you get Q on the grates, like, you're not getting back in, like, point blank period.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's been one of their, like, go-tos for the NA League, at least when I was watching some of the sets. Like, they really just know that stage inside and out. So not surprised at all. And maybe Mellow Good was doing a little bit of scouting, or maybe they just the reputation precedes them. Mincemeat and Hammerhead. I
think for the random round, they're just trying to avoid, like, just what they really don't want to see.
Right, exactly.
Rather than what they don't think their opponent's gonna pick. So when it's still in the realm of RNG, let's get rid of some of the stages that we're really not interested in. So we are going into Brine Water, which I do think is a little bit more favorable for Milky Way, given the double backline comp that we have here, just because they have so much space to deal with. But it's one of those things where I think Jared and it's not Ice. Oh my goodness.
Bran
are going to be basically playing goalie around that wall and just trying to prevent anyone from getting close enough to do anything to Q or to Ice.
And Woldo is going to be the Snipe Raider 5H on the other side, on the side of Mellow Good, who played on False Dream last year for Splat World Series, and has been kind of, a little bit more absent, but has come back for this tournament and everything. And Wolbo's really, really good. Like, one of the players that did not get a ton of time in the sun for SWS last year, but can definitely hold their own. And seeing a pen-on-pen matchup is going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out. And we're actually going to be seeing pretty much a mirror match, right? Except instead of a Blaster and Dreadringer, we're seeing Jared and Bran on their staples.
Yeah, I guess so. The thing I said about being a goalie applies to both teams here in reality. Milky Way having a bit of a slow start, Bran dropping down on that right side and applying a little bit of pressure onto the zone. We're going to rotate back to, I believe that was Grand Roll there for a second, who's just trying to enter in towards that zone, and doesn't feel like we really want to interact with each other that much until we are able to find a pick and get some advantage that would warrant the reasoning to move into the opponent's base, but not quite getting there quite yet.
Grand Roll got stuck on that lip there of that ledge, and the Reef Slaughter didn't quite go off how they wanted it to. And even though they did capture the zone, it seems like they're kind of reeling from that little slip up there. This is a great position for that heavy Splatling to be in. But this is ultimately Milky Way feel like they're able to make some ground and get themselves back in and into even a lockout position.
Q is not afraid to move this far forward into their base, has a great line of sight on the blaster on the side of Mellow Good, as Jared is able to pop that crab tank and just roll towards that zone as that Reef Slider from Grand Roll comes in. And we're rotating around, taking out Bran. We do have eyes on Q, but she's able to jump out just enough in time. And we're finally moving into the base of the members of Milky Way now that we've secured mid. And look at that point margin, Magic. We are just 1 point off from each other, ignoring that penalty.
I believe this is Volvo on that pen who's just able to completely click everyone off of the map. Just point and click and delete. That is the name of the game here. I can't believe that they were able to get just the perfect jump out there from Jared, the perfect timing. All of these interactions are coming down to just fractions of seconds, and you can see Brand is taking every opportunity to try and take out some of the backliners, some of the most important members of Mellow Good, and it seems to be working because that's a lot of blue left on this stage.
Yeah, it's crazy to see this fast of movement coming out from something so heavy and so large and clunky like that Dreadbringer, but they're able to stay alive very well around that zone. And we do see, I believe that was Shito trying to cover once again, and we have coverage on the zone. And finally, Ice playing very aggressive, actually the most far up player on the members of Milky Way. And honestly, like it's playing more like a scrap for the sides rather than a scrap for the zones, because I feel like both of these teams are trying to secure down the sides of the stage that are going to be easier for them to lock down first before going for these big areas of concern like the zone and moving up onto the ramps.
Exactly, and that way they can feel confident that they're not going to get blindsided by a Grand Roll shot or Shuta on the heavy splatling coming in from a random angle and being able to walk all over them. Even then, even when they were in a really prime lockout position, Milky Way not able to clear the way on that ramp. They're just maybe a little bit too slow on their steps forward, and Brand and Jared are going to try and make up the ground for that here, but they do not see any success as Volvo is already taking those aggressive positions just like Q did.
I think that's what makes things so difficult for the members of Milky Way in this MU. You're trying to clear the Dreadbringer before they get that Reef Slider out on the zone, but they're just not able to move up onto that ramp fast enough to outpace them, which is like that's a challenge on its own. We can cap that zone as many times as needed, but when Milky Way is in the exact same position when they are climbing up on that ramp, Grand Roll is going to immediately switch playstyles to focusing on how to dislodge Milky Way from that spot, and that just means, okay, I'm going to build a Reef Slider near my spawn, and I can do that quite easily, and then I'm just going to roll down before you can even touch me.
Dislodge, I think, is exactly right. That's the name of the game that Mellow Good has been playing, right? And that's the reason why Bran and Jared are seeming like they can come up with these options, right? Where they're able to find these really clutch and timely plays, is because ultimately, if you're trying to just play for dislodge, it means you're allowing them to move around and get to the spots that they need to be, but ultimately you're going to be ready for them when they come back. But Jared was ready as well, able to take down Wolvo and Grand Roll, and now it's just Q left alive up on this ledge. It will going to be trying to outpaint 3 members of Mellow Good. Ice is there, finally able to put in some assistance. Reef Slider gets caught! Reef Slider gets caught on the ledge, and that's going to be Milky Way getting a full collapse on the members of Mellow Good in the literal 11th hour. I'm sorry, it's the 12th hour. It's midnight right now on the East Coast. They barely scrape by and get that game win.
So many stars had to align perfectly for Milky Way, no pun intended. I started that sentence without even thinking about the name of this team here, but so many stars had to align there, and that Reef Slider getting stopped by that ledge was like, uh-oh, that first domino fell. And then from there, it was just 1, 2, 3. Okay, Reef Slider goes down. We can see that big explosion. We know exactly where Grand Roll is. Let's shoot something there. And from there, it's just 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. And now we're popping ink strikes into the base because we have nowhere else to toss them.
And really, when you think about it, right? Like, it was Q and 3 members of Mellow Good who were alive and standing there on the zone, and Q decided, I don't care that it's 3 versus 1. I'm standing my ground and not giving them any amount of opportunity for them to not play perfectly. And that's the difference, right? That's literally the difference, because that's why Grand Roll was probably back just a few pixels too far from that reef slider landing where it needs to, and allowing the rest of the team to use that paint and follow up on that, right? Like, they were all depending on that. But literally Q staying there and just putting that laser just slightly forward made that difference.
That's the thing about Q. That is why I find her such an enjoyable player to watch the perspective of. It's because she's so hard to get a read on as like an opponent. And I think for members of Mellow Good, they might have assessed the situation and gone, okay, it's just a pen left. Like, they're probably not gonna go for like the zone and trying to pick us all at once. We can probably more or less ignore her and try and get this cap, but she just does not let up that easy. She will secure the game at any means necessary, even if that means, oh, suddenly I'm like the most aggressive player on Milky Way and I'm taking out the entire team by myself and I'm painting the zone and I'm getting the clams in the basket. Sorry, I'm like getting excited because I started thinking about another Q moment that I got to see in the NA League like a few weeks ago. That was like so cool. I'm sorry. Hashtag big fan. Get me a t-shirt. Like
Hashtag big fan. Hashtag spin me around. That's I mean, hey, if there's any player to try and emulate in terms of gameplay and playstyle and longevity, right? I mean, Daku has been around for so long and constantly at the top of the game, at least in the West, right? Like, that is a player that like should be on the competitive scene. If it had like a banner, like, Q would definitely be one of them.
I'm gonna get the letter Q tattooed on my face.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a score line. Q went 17-4 with 7 coolers and almost 2k paint. And Ice got 2200 paint and 9 wave breakers. That's insane. That's insane output.
Yeah. Yep, that's the life of a blue collar Splatoon player. Single mom who works 2 jobs.
Wait a minute. I'm thinking back. Have we traveled back in time to 4 years ago? Are we going to be seeing just special spam over again? Are we going to be seeing the Jet Sculpture?
I'm sorry,
return?
Magic. We've already been there. We've already been in special spam territory. I don't know if you realize this, but special spam is just as prevalent in Splatoon 3 as it was in 2.
No, I know.
Yeah. But I'm excited to see Mahi. I'm really glad that Mellow Good has counterpicked into Mahi Resort. As you know, it's interesting to see us load into the games and have them kind of built on these same core principles of having like a lot of paint output, and then there's the 2 other guys who are there to mess around, get picks, and cap that zone pretty easily. Like, it is interesting to me that Mellow Good essentially has like 3 things that just cap the zone. But Dreadringer is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm also very good aggressively in the hands of the right player. So it's a rare thing in the West, I would say. It's a rare thing that you see like such a strong Dreadringer. Like, we lean towards other options usually.
Right, exactly. Like, this is something that, like, whenever I would play Dreadringer, like, in terms of, like, when I would do like slight pickups in tournaments before I really like stopped playing, like, people would be like, God, why are you so aggressive with Dreadringer? And it's because it puts out a ton of damage. You can trap opponents really easily, right? Like, throw a suction bomb in one spot and then slosh slightly to their other spot, and they have nowhere to go, right? There's so much paint down, and you can do so much with that. And it's capable of being a really strong aggressive weapon. And that's why I love watching Grand Roll play. But let's see if Grand Roll can lead Mellow Good to their first game win of this match against Milky Way, who seems to be standing tall and already seems to be trying to say, hey, we are here for Global Gauntlet 2.
Absolutely. Love seeing that trade super early on in this game, and Q once again standing on that zone is completely unbothered by the fact that she's mostly standing alone here on the zone. Doesn't have any qualms with running forward, taking a fight with Wolbo, and starting to poke towards the base of the members of Mellow Good.
My gosh, that pen versus pen fight was really the embodiment of the West versus the East, in my opinion. It's like the West wants to play aggressive and do what it can and try and play forward, and the East is going to try and play for the long game and preserve their special and their paint, and especially if they're a backliner, make sure that they're constantly up, having constant uptime, right? Like, that was emblematic, and you see why the East thinks like that is because they were able to just save all of their specials and come back with an even bigger punch because they were able to stand and maintain themselves for the first one. They're going to be really locking out Milky Way here, and Ice not going to be able to really put much of a dent on this mini splatling that we're seeing from Shuta.
Yeah, Shuta doing a good job at holding things down on this right side for the members of Milky Way, which is quite surprising. It's not an angle you see a lot of players take nowadays. I feel like we mostly focus things on the center and the left drops for Mahi in specific, but it seems like Milky Way is really trying to get back in through those specific areas in the map. So Mellow Good's doing a really good job at keeping the members of Milky Way at bay for the time being, and we're able to get down to a good score of 14, but we know after that first game that no lead is safe in this matchup.
No lead is safe, and especially at this level, you have to always be on the top of your game in the Global Gauntlet. And jeez, I feel like there's a level up that happened from Mellow Good here. It feels like this mini splatling pick is really opening things up for them, putting a lot more paint on the ground, and Wolbo being a bit further back is making a huge difference as well. Just constantly keeping Ice at bay, making sure that the frontliners aren't feeling super safe, and right, like Jared is constantly having to try and like find a corner to peek around. Finally is able to get this crab tank out, and I think this is where Milky Way can make their stand.
Yeah, Milky Way doing a really good job here at holding down the right side's Q once again, as we know her for, and taking a really aggressive position here, playing up with the likes of Brand, popping that cooler, and we now have a great visual of where the members of Mellow Good are trying to pull in from. We see that Reef Slider coming out, burning through that zone, is able to get that cap and apply some more penalty to Milky Way, so they're able to hold on to this 14 lead for the time being, but Jared is still in this. We get this cap again very quickly, and Q hasn't budged from this area of the map. Similar to what we were seeing earlier with Shuta on that mini, they just cannot seem to move her.
No, they can't. And speaking of moving, that was Jared moving around just enough and playing just perfectly enough to get that crab tank and take out Shuta and really prevent them from getting back in for another good 30 ticks. This may be what takes them over the edge, and once again claws them back from the jaws of defeat. The cap goes to Mellow Good, but this isn't the last seconds of the game. This is the last minute. They need to get this hold on the center of the stage, and it looks like Shoot is the one going to be trying to do that, able to get into the flow aura, and is took from a side swipe through the backline of Milky Way and said, hey, I'm coming around this galaxy.
Shuta has that hammer at the ready, does unfortunately whiff the pick onto Bran there, but is offering a threat towards that side of the stage. We have moved in regardless. Jared on that zone does have the crab tank, has to pop it to stay alive in this moment. It's just going to be Jared and Q, the dynamic duo, trying to defend what ground they have. In the last 20 seconds of the game here, it could just be a matter of Mellow Good getting a knockout. They have 10 ticks left to go and a Reef Slider on deck as well, but it's not going to mean anything. They jump out here. I think they're trying to save it for overtime, but that means that Milky Way's in a rough position. They've got to run up into the spawn here, popping the strikes relatively early given the penalty. Can they secure the lead, Magic?
Brand's trying to find Grand Roll. That's the big deal right now, and Jared's gonna be jumping in. They didn't see the jump spot, but Grand Roll's able to get to the zone and is able to cap it with the bro, and the rest of the members. Oh my goodness, that was. Oh, if Jared had just gotten a little bit closer and gotten a couple more shots on the Grand Roll, could have stopped it. They knew the win condition, but they were barely able to not find it. Brand and Jared were doing everything in their power to stop that exact situation from happening, but it just wasn't enough. And that's Mellow Good succeeding in their efforts and using this counter pick, taking it to the latest and furthest extreme, barely making it over the edge once again.
Shuda just amazes me by how fast they're able to move through the stage, build up special extremely quickly, and the same can be said for Grand Roll. You saw they're just able to avoid Jared for long enough and get the cap on the zone. I'm not sure how well you are aware with this, but Reef Slider is actually not like a guaranteed zone cap anymore. So it's actually really integral to the plans of Grand Roll to actually have somebody there with them when they go to cap.
Right, like having a couple of pen shots, or
a
just
little bit more. In that last game, it was the blaster that was there on top of the zone. I think it was just like with the size of Mahi's zone, it was just like maybe one extra blaster shot or something is what got it. And so that timing is important. And I think if Milky Way can camp a lone Reef Slider like that, they can maybe get away with letting it get through to the zone, but. Like patience is difficult, and I think they've been doing like an amazing job at knowing when to hold off and move forward.
Grand Roll only had 6 Reef Sliders during that game. Doesn't that feel crazy? Because it feels like every single one of them we were like in watching, and like it made such a big impact, right? And it felt like. It felt like it was happening so often. It was more than 6, right? But no, it was only that many, but every one of them made such a big difference.
Oh yeah, super impactful every time.
My goodness, this is only game 2, Siren. We're only 2 games into this. This is crazy.
Shimina hasn't been 3 hours. Wild.
What?
Well, Milky Way is going to get an opportunity to now start counterpicking, but I don't really know how you counterpick. I think this is the part where you start thinking about maybe going into dual zone stages. So something like Umami, Flounder Heights, probably not Lemuria. I support that ban, but I think if you're Milky Way, you don't really want to have to worry about a Reef Slider putting an immediate penalty onto you at any given time. I guess the other alternative to those dual zone stages in this instance is also going to be something like Ink Blot, where it's like, okay, at most you're going to get like one side of it. And I don't really want to suggest this, but Scorch Gorge is also one of those stages where it's like, what are you going to do with a Reef Slider? But I'm going to be so honest with you, Magic. Ain't nobody picking that today.
No, you know what? You know what might be crazy? Eeltail Alley. Or Undertow. This was the other one I was thinking.
Yeah.
But Eeltail, right? Like, how do you get a Reef Slider into a good position there? I'll save that for another time. Undertow is
You actually can.
a split zone map, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? Yes?
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I've said right a few times now, yes.
Oh, no, I couldn't hear you. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is the scuff getting worse?
No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
Right? It's 2 zones, right? Guys!
Right.
Please!
God, it's the Midnight Demons. They're coming to get me.
Yeah.
The voices.
Oh, that's that thing from Minecraft, right? When you don't sleep enough?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly. But this does make sense, right? I feel like Pen isn't a weapon that really takes the glass super well, but you need something that can really fight from up there. And I think having the Splatling and the Pen like really make this a solid pick. And S Blast out of Brand.
Okay. Work.
Work, Brand.
Work, Brand. I'm excited to see it. I'm also excited to see the separation with the long-range players using this glass. It's almost like two different fights that are going to be happening here on the stage. But very early on, we see a lot of dominating coverage coming out from the members of Mellow Good. Wolbo playing like Wolbo, moving all the way up, has that cooler at the ready. So we are going to dive in towards Milky Way, but unfortunately, they are going to be met with Jared's Crab and Brand's S-Blast. And Brand going on an absolute tear. I'm surprised we're not in Float Aura already because I'm pretty sure that was a third person.
That was such a good crab from Jared. All of these crabs have just been expedient. Speaking of expedient, Shito deciding, well, listen, you can pick S-Blast all you want, but I have the funny splashdown button. I wasn't sure if you were aware, actually. Have 2 picks. But Milky Way is holding on, right? Here comes Brand with the Booyah Bomb, and even with that crazy play from Shito, no cap out of Mellow Good. Milky Way holds strong.
Milky Way is holding strong, not strong enough to have the lead yet, Magic, but strong enough to spot out this hammer. Maybe not quite live it, but spot it out. So that means Shito gets to live another day. Is getting great coverage on this zone, but Jared's Crab, the absolute bane of Mellow Good's game plan so far in this stage, and I think that's a huge reason as to why they picked Undertow specifically. There's just so many areas for Jared to be tactile and use that crab, and my goodness, that was a lot of players all on one spot.
Yeah, it was. That's one of my favorite things to do as a dually player, is to just go all the way deep and force them to clump up, because then someone like Brand is going to be able to take so much advantage of that. Unfortunately, it goes down right there, but that's the idea, right? You just make them turn around. You know, all of a sudden they're losing so much information. They're losing so much sense of the flow, and that's one of the most important things for teams that work in this kind of cohesive manner that we see a lot out of the East. Ice going to be trying to separate that and trying to go for these wild interactions and dances around that block. And makes me want to take a ballroom dancing class, Siren.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that detail, Magic. A bit of an unfortunate booyah for Branner. Maybe that was intentional to try and catch out whoever was on the glass there, but I don't think it penetrated that wall quite far enough to take out anyone there. As we see the blaster coming out and dropping very safely with those jump-ins coming in as well. And we're still actually looking at a lead in favor of Milky Way. I was about to say maybe not for much longer, but we are looking down the barrel of almost a full team wipe if Brand is able to locate Shuda or Shito, I believe. I got confused there. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was confused during at the very least the first 2 games. I was mixing them up. I need to work on my.
I meant like where the blaster went, but yeah.
Anyways, Jared has just been constantly diving at this team without fear, and I think that really shows a mindset shift in Milky Way from what I've seen in their play in Global Gauntlet 1. Like, they weren't being super, like, all the time aggressive, but now it seems like they're just constantly trying to push forward, push through, get these picks on these specials before they have the chance to really make an impact. They're succeeding, and they're really making it very difficult for the members of Mellow Good to cap this zone. One last Ultra Stamp coming through, but no. Milky Way, with the counter pick of Undertow, prevents Grand Roll from really putting out the massive Reef Sliders. They take game 2. They take game 3, 2-1.
I'm actually like kind of shooketh right now. I think if we're gonna see a set win today, it might just be right here and right now for the Western side at least. So,
yeah,
because I think the dynamic that's interesting is that Milky Way had a somewhat unexpected win in game 1, and within the counter picks format, winning game one is like it's everything, especially when things end up so back and forth like this. Because now I think they understand which counter picks are working well for them, and I think they realize that picking these dual zone stages is going to force Mellow Good to shift their game plan around a little bit from what it was before, where they really relied on the displacement of Grand Roll's brief sliders to get the back in. Well, now they force Grand Roll to do something a little bit different and say, all right, we want to play things the North American way. You got to fight us head on every single time. And I think Milky Way might have a slight edge over Mellow Good in that department.
I think they do, right? And I feel like I haven't seen this level of contention in terms of mechanical skill between the West and the East in probably since like just after COVID, right? Like during like the Starburst era, right? Like that's the last time I remember really seeing like frontliners go toe to toe with some of the best in the East. And the fact that we're getting to see it again is like I'm beyond thrilled, right? Like I remember like watching Brand just like go wild on Walleye Warehouse and be able to like take a bunch of fights that like no one saw coming. I think we're seeing that X factor happen again here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, I'm totally with you there. It felt like there was a lot of innovation in that era of the game, and I'm glad to see that a lot of things have been changing in a format that has been, I would dare say, largely stagnant for a number of years. Like, it felt like people had more or less figured out, quote unquote, Splatoon 3, and it really never is solved. I think they could probably go without patching the game again, and we would still be finding different things that work out together just because of the way that the game works.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, Splatoon is very deep, right? And as long as something isn't completely centralizing, then you can take it anything as far as it can go, right? Like, people don't realize that there aren't limits here, right? Like, there's so many tiny little variables that can change things in a big way. And speaking of changing in a big way, we're going to be changing stages to one that is very different from the ones that we've seen. Hagglefish Market, a borderline straight shot from one end of the map to the other.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a straight shot. It's got a few drops. It is hard to get into the opponent's base, as is written on the screen. I don't even have to tell you that. And we have a lovely little tent that onlooks the zone. So it's a very popular position for a singular backline, which I think is going to be interesting here because we're not really dealing with that with either of these teams. We have Q and Ice on the side of Milky Way, and we also have Wolbo on the pen on the side of Mellow Good. And I think it's Shuda who's been playing the Splatlings so far. So
yes.
I could see things shifting around to what they had previously with the mini before, so that, you know, they have someone a little bit more mobile, a little bit more aggressive that can move a bit further, just because there's just not really that much capacity to have two players who are just chilling in that one spot on this particular stage. But I don't know, even with that said, neither of these teams play like that. They both run up very far ahead as soon as they see an opportunity to do so.
Yes, they can, and yes, they will. And I'm expecting to see some very aggressive positions from Q because it worked in the last game. Wolbo only had 5 splats and assists, but had 6 coolers. That means that those coolers were not seeing very high effectiveness, barely any at all even. And so I'm expecting to see a big change here from Wolbo in order for Mellow Good to try and bring things back. And it seems like they're trying to find their footing here. Grand Roll back on that Red Ringer, probably going to be a big boost to their confidence. And you can see it. Milky Way is already on the back foot, 30 seconds in. They're going to have to fight, try and secure this set.
Yeah, Shuda actually going on to the Pro this game instead entirely, which I do think is interesting. That brings in the Tenta missiles, which is a special I don't really think we've seen today at all out of any team composition. So a bit of an unpopular pick, which is surprising given it's a Pro. It's Splatoon Pro.
Nice.
Yeah. But you can see that Mellow has just been able to absolutely lock things down very hard and just paint walling the stage in its entirety. Like, it took almost every special, I think, out of Milky Way sales to just get the cap and hold it down to 90. So we're gonna have to, going forward, like, that bought us time, but going forward, we need something else to get us the cap and get us a little bit forward so we don't burn everything just trying to get to that spot.
You know what it is? It's specifically for the crab. Because that missile just completely negated Jared's crab, which has been, like you said in the last game, completely shutting them down. And now, because Jared has used like 2 or 3 crabs that have gotten like basically no effectiveness, now Jared's trying to go forward and really utilize those dog rolls and make aggressive plays, but they're going to have to still contend with those missiles that can make so much area damage really fast. And no, the players are not ready for it.
My goodness, I thought it was over for Q as well. But that was such a quick turnaround with the blaster. It's like, all right, took down Jared, gonna turn around, take out the next person. But very fast reaction times from everybody, both on the side of Mellow and Milky Way. Mellow has just done a very, very solid job at holding the zone where it is. We can see that laser coming out from Wolbo from the zone, the top of it, backing up perfectly as the members of Milky Way come back in, giving enough space just to hold it for a little bit longer. But we don't need anyone more than Grand Roll to stand around here and press ZR a few times to hold things down. That reslider not going to be able to come out just yet, but now it is a 2-on-2 situation. Milky Way finally able to move in past that zone. We are finally getting some coverage here, and we just burnt a couple specials on the side of Mellow, so things are looking better for Milky Way. Can they close out things here and now, Magic? That's the real question.
It looks like they just might. Bran just got 3 and is standing here with a Booyah Bomb. 90 seconds left, 30 ticks to a lead, and this is exactly what they need. They've got Grand Roll pinned down all the way in the backfield, trying to get that long-range pressure. Jared keeps them super far back. There's nowhere for this reslider to go because there's no room to move forward. That's 11 down. Grand Roll's down. This is Milky Way going to secure against one of the best teams from Japan for this tournament, and they just took them. Grand Roll's streak of being unstoppable, no sets lost during SWS 2025, and the entirety of Global Gauntlet 1 and Global Gauntlet 2 has now been cracked.
I'm very thoroughly shook right now. I was just like, okay, well, it's Jared. He's running through their spawn. He's hanging out on that tent, and then they clear Jared. I'm like, okay, surely all defenses are down. And then Bran was just sitting there like, all right, bro, break time's over. Like,
look at this. This is insane. They just completely caught them off guard right around that tent. I still can't believe that play. And then look at this. Grand Roll, like, has every opportunity, has the cooler. There's 2 players down, but Bran literally pulls it out of his pocket and says, you can't go there, my guy. You're not allowed. This is my house. This is my tent that you're trying to stand on top of, and I am a blaster. That was,
I really did not think you were going to say pocket there. I really... something wrong.
What did you think I was going to say, Saren? What did you think? You think I would be that vulgar on a Global Gauntlet stream after a team makes an outstanding play and they need to get a clip of me saying things in a very like melodramatic way?
I think
and then I would say
think-
something completely absurd. You're telling me that that would happen?
I think absurd things get more attention than regular things.
All right, Ellie. So we're gonna post the clip
We're gonna
about
edit
plowing.
it. So edit this in post, but just put that.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah. Listen, our coping mechanism is laughter, and I am so caught off guard by what just happened that I need to laugh it off. That was insane. That was some of the best Splatoon I think I've seen in like a year.
Yeah. I haven't felt this way since that time we were casting and I had COVID, and it was when Splatoon 3 came out. You remember that expedition set? Yes.
Yes, I do. That was fun. And that's what we're doing right now.
Whoa!
You're done your
CutieNK, and they're
You're
all
done your
ready to
camp?
play. Hashtag Dr. Seuss did not mean to rhyme there.
That's
keep
that's
rhyming.
poetry right there, Siren. Quit your day job.
Okay. Well. Maybe not.
CutieNK. This is a team that I think only Sasu had faith in terms of the predictions. I think all of the casters were like, I don't know these guys. Like, and they're going up against a really strong team from the West. There's no way. Like, this is the one that we'll get. But I feel like Sasu knows something that we don't about these players, and I'm scared, quite honestly. Like, sure, these X powers aren't great. Like, sure, these X powers, like, the
What do you
notoriety
mean?
isn't there.
Magic. Why don't you fight him?
Exactly. Like, I'm too scared to fight them. I don't want to do this. I would never. No. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great people.
Why are you talking? This is like similar X powers to what Milky Way had, and they just beat a bunch of 4K Japanese players. What are you talking about?
Right, and that's why I'm terrified right now. That's why.
All right.
But who are they going up against?
Some Cocomelon in a
That's a
second.
great question. Rinascita. Ooh.
Rinascita.
I probably just pronounced Rinascita, and we're just like,
No.
oh
I
no.
think you got it.
Do we want to watch Mellow Good versus Rinascita?
Ellie just said no in our ears.
Started.
I'm gonna get
But yeah,
blasted.
no, like that prediction list, like, just tells the story. Rinascita is one of it, like we were talking about earlier. I think one of the teams that really can show up today and put down the hurt. These are fantastic players that have all come together and been playing together consistently. And I don't know. They're just good. The Splatoon speaks for itself.
Yeah. Whatever that means. We were talking about these players earlier. I don't know if we want to keep talking about X powers. Like, these are also technically relatively low, but it seems like overall that's been the pattern for a lot of North American players. Is we're not really hitting these 4K numbers the same way they are in Japan. And clearly, based on what just happened, it's no like strong indicator of how well that team is going to perform overall in the tournament. I think it just says more about the individual and how they like to spend their time, and how much they like to play solo queue. And I mean, like,
Right.
obviously there is some indication of skill within that at some point. And those bans happen so fast. My goodness. Thank you
Yeah, I
to
didn't even see
both
that.
of these teams. They were so ready to play. Regardless, this seems like a stage that every team has banned and hasn't wanted to play all day, but looks like both of these guys forgot about this one, so now we're playing it.
Kind of let it slip through here, and now we're gonna have to watch the very tiny mid and the fun that goes with it. And
Tiny?
so, No, it's like the zone,
Okay.
like the
Yeah,
area
zone
around the
is pretty
zone,
tiny.
like around that triple box. Like there's so little room to actually make progress and
If the
move
fans
through.
are
It's
up.
like if yeah, like when the fans are up, like it's
Okay.
tight, you
It
know,
is
like, and that it feels like Hagglefish but reversed. Like there's just all this lateral room that you can like skirt around the edges, but you can't actually make any progress, and you're just kind of like going back and forth in one direction.
Yeah, everyone else in the room can see that.
Okay.
Sorry, you said One Direction.
I didn't get it.
I'm so
I didn't
sorry.
get it. Siren, you're
You light up my
today.
world like nobody else, Magic. Okay.
Oh my gosh. We are watching Rinascita versus CutieNK, TKF, Kure, Nanai, and Kai.
It's
And
okay,
they're trying to
buddy.
show what's going down versus one of the best teams in the West.
Yeah, well, an interesting start to this one for sure. Bit of a bloodbath in mid as both teams are taking out integral players on both sides. But you could see that Volti absolutely bailing out the E-leader on their team as they move forward towards this fan. And like you were saying before, this area in mid is very small as long as that fan is up. And it seems like CutieNK was like, all right, chill. Like, don't get too crazy right now, Volti. We don't want to see you up here.
Nobody wants to see a Carbon all the way in their base, in their face, and trying to win a race. And so this triple Inkzuka tried to get some cheeky picks coming off of the spawn, but you can see already the Super Chumps and the triple Ink Strike is at the ready, along with basically every single special on the side of CutieNK. And so they're just going to try and throw the kitchen sink at the wall and see what happens. And on Lemuria, Marlin Airport, that is exactly what you need to do to get the zone back.
Yeah, doing a great job of that. You can just see from the overhead view how much coverage Rinascita, I was looking at the left. CutieNK has over mid now, which is going to allow players like Kai to move up on the right side and not really get too threatened by it, but you can see here Volti really does not have any premonitions about moving forward, is basically just going to go on a tear. If she sees somebody, she is going to go for the pick, and more likely and more often than not, she is going to get away with it. So honestly, like for CutieNK, I think she has to be like your number one threat. You're seeing these Inkzuka shots coming out and you're like tracking them from the base to make sure you know where Volti is at any given moment. Because that's what happens.
That is exactly what happens. And this is kind of the mini game that happens when a Carbon player shows up on the other side of the stage, right? Like you suddenly have to start doing this entire song and dance of, all right, where's the roller player? And on both of these teams, they're trying their best to try and figure out and track it down before the things get crazy. And that's something that I feel like we have seen a good bit today. But what we have not seen a good bit today is this Stringer Siren.
I'm not even gonna lie, this whole game could have finished and I probably wouldn't have noticed that they had one until you said that. Not for any negative reasons. TKF is doing an amazing job at holding down this fan area. It's just more so that I am extremely hyper-focused on how these scores have been flipping. And you can tell that Nene here is a little bit nervous in the last few seconds of the game. It was only 2 members left of CutieNK who were left alive there. So no matter what, I think they had to put it all on black basically and just hope that somebody was going to drop down that side instead of all funneling and trying to paint through the fan area.
Roller players, I feel like, have every single like endgame situation like mapped out in their brains, where they're like, no, I know that if I stand in this spot, they're not gonna find me, right? Like they just have such a good sense about them to do that. you could see it from Volti's plays a lot too, right? Like just in those situations where it's like, oh, I know the exact spot to stand where they're not going to be expecting me, and I can just get a flow aura real quick. And both of these rollers have been doing extremely well, but I feel like at the end there just wasn't enough gas in the tank, and then they just completely lost track of Nai, right?
Yeah. I think what makes it difficult too is that like their comp isn't the most paint heavy. So when it gets down to situations like this, even though they do have that man advantage, they just can't cover the zone fast enough to get themselves back in. So they do rely on being very explosive and going for the knockout and not having situations where like you're basically playing chess at the end and they're waiting for you to walk into their trap.
Exactly. You try and prevent it, right? You have to try and see, not see far enough ahead, but you know, play in a way that's gonna not put yourself into a pigeonhole. Those bans and the pick happen so fast again. I think these players want to get done with this and at a high rate of speed. Maybe
they were just watching our commentary and they got tired of us.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I would be too. Yeah, I would be too. I'm on their side.
All the references we're throwing.
Yeah.
Throwing around all of the.
I will say something that's kind of cute. I know probably everybody noticed this, but CutieNK actually has a team uniform on their players in game. They all. Oh, wait. Yeah, they're all wearing the same shirt except for 9Ray. Everyone's got the same shirt on. Just one guy didn't get the memo, I suppose. Or maybe it was playing a different kit, so couldn't wear the lovely uniform that they have. But keep an eye out for it this game, assuming that they'll probably have a similar, if not identical, comp going into Mako Mart. Like, I don't know. I hope so. I want you to be able to see it, and I
want to see it too.
Yeah.
It would mean a lot to me.
Well, we'll see it on the loadouts here as we get into this second game.
All right, no changes, and okay,
they did. Okay, yeah. Another one changed the shirt. Okay, well now it's just two of them.
But I see it. Like I see the that's
with the gloves.
Love that.
Yeah.
What we're seeing. Once again, these rollers try and find their little fun sharking spots to face off, and this time, it looks like Rinascita is able to get the first pick in the first play, and even though Kai is able to do a good job at holding the ground, let's go to you, let's quest, let's do it, let's put on another show. I want to see another, like, crazy upset. I'm pretty sure this is the one I predicted.
I don't even remember what I predicted. I blacked out and then I put all my numbers in and then I said, all right, let's hope I just magically get everything right. You can see Yeti there maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew, but that is okay because we are still holding very strong on the zone. Phoenix camping under this left ledge here while Yoshell has an eye out, and my goodness, that jumping perfect timing shot onto TKF. That is going to buy a lot of freedom for movement for the members of Rinascita moving forward in this push. But, well, sorry for talking.
It's crazy.
Sorry for looking at you.
Sorry, Triple Zuka. Sorry for looking. My mistake, man. Like, just bang off, all right? That's what it feels like playing against the Zukas. Hey, for real. Although they were able to get back pretty quickly, not too much scoring happening before they're able to at least get it neutral, but not able to get a decent foothold. It seemed like there was maybe a little bit of a disconnect between Phoenix and Yoshell and Volti and Yeti, and it looks like they might lose the lead for it.
We're getting close to that territory here. TKF doing a good job standing at the zone. Finally gets their one back against Yoshell and getting the pick on that leader here. Does have eyes on Volty, which is, I guess if you want eyes on anyone, it's probably Volty at this point. But now she is going to be popping that triple Zuka. That is going to get Rinascita back into the zone. Volty doesn't really have as much real estate to work with as she would probably like at this time. That's going to be relied upon the members of Rinascita to start painting up. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to for a while. Very preoccupied with the fact that they still have a few members of CutieNK to clear from the side of the stage.
You know what's interesting? There's no cooler on the side of CutieNK. I guess I didn't realize it until now, but they went coolerless. This is, you know, Zuka, Bubble, Tri-Strike, and Chumps, and they're really like running it well. It seems like they're keeping up with the pace of the NZAP and the Ealer and the Carbon, and doing it really well, right? Like the payoff is getting more control, better paint control, better space, and that's the perfect thing to do against Carbon that really relies on having room to move around. And as we see, this bubble just takes up so much room, so much space, just suffocates the lifeblood that the roller needs, and then he just tracks it down. That's the ticker going all the way to 0. And even though there were 3 members going down on the side of CutieNK, right at the end, it wasn't fast enough for Rinascita. And that 2 games already done, and CutieNK, I think Sasu knew. I think Sasu knew something we didn't.
I feel like she was talking a bit about like the coolerless aspect of this. So like I guess they just have like a lot of discipline because they're used to playing this way. Which is surprising because like honestly, playing against like a Carbon team is like, especially one like as aggressive as Volty, is such a challenge when you are punished extra for every death that you have. And I'm assuming Yoshell is probably also running Respawn Punisher as well. So that just like is a double whammy to it. Like they really just cannot get splatted like at any point without like feeling the pain from it.
Exactly. And you know, thinking back to it, like I can't remember a time where they were all down. It felt like they always had, except for that first skirmish at the beginning, right, where it was they really got pushed back a little bit. Like they really held their ground. Like maybe it was TKF who was just constantly backing up at just the right times to get the jumps in to make sure that there wasn't too much ground lost. And I guess that's the way you have to play coolerless, right?
Yeah, I guess so. You got to be very mindful of these things, especially when, like, I don't know, Yoshell's getting some really, really solid shots. Like, even when you think they might not have the line of sight, like, Yoshell's still doing these little bunny hops to make sure that he can reach these areas. And we're off to the junkyard, so I didn't even know these animations existed in the game. I'm going to be so honest. Right? Like this is news to me. Like the other ones, sure, but mincemeat, this is news. I'm not sure if both of these teams are really anticipating this being a pick, but this one's it's rough because like you have a kind of obvious flank route on this one, and then your other option is alright, like move through the zone or be extremely vulnerable on the grades above it. So moving in, kind of difficult on this one. Once you're in, still not really guaranteed to get that much from it, but I think it's just like it's one of those things that's just so somehow universally painful for a lot of teams that we tend to stray a little far from mincemeat just in general. But we finally see Nine Eye finding the smallest speck of ink, getting a trade onto Phoenix overall, which is not really going to be the ideal situation when Rinascita has so much good coverage right now, and Yoshell is in a great spot to be spotting where people are funneling in from. And speaking of funneling in, it's going to be like 3-1 on left and right.
Oh, just enough paint from the triple ink strikes to put a pause on the domination from Rinascita, but they still seem like they've got a good foothold. No one's going down, and Yoshell is just completely pushing TKF back as much as possible, right? Like, you can see that this bow is not having the effect that it had in the games prior and is constantly going down, and that's the difference. Beautiful shots from Volty. She is just laser accurate throughout all of this chaos. And that's what they need to be here, right? Yoshell with these crazy shots and Volty with these Trizukas, like that's the difference, right? He's trying to put a stop to it all.
I love seeing that pairing of Volty and Yoshell on the same side of the stage, because it's one of those things where it's like if one of them fails in their goals of being there, the other one there is pretty much able to clean it up. Okay, you see Yoshell, you see the laser, you might try and dive for Yoshell, but that might cause an oversight and missing Volty, and vice versa. Same thing, like you might start focusing on how Volty's under that ledge, like you saw there, but then Yoshell is able to clean that up. So it does seem like Rinascita has a very solid plan in place for this stage. Phoenix doing a great job using those splash walls to move past these grates and make what was like normally like not an easy entry, like a super seamless one for them.
Yeah, like that was really smart and like smooth. Like just the way that they walked around that splash wall and got those picks was just crazy smooth. Double Trizuka, Hexazuka fired at Yoshell, and that's what's able to get them finally to get at least it seems like a firm foothold in this zone. But Yeti and Volty are on the rotation almost instantly. Now jumps back to try to help Phoenix and give a little friendly tactic cooler, and that's the kind of quick plays that you need to be making in order to keep the presence moving, because like you said, mincemeat super punishing once you are back out of the spot.
Yeah, we're finally seeing like the mirror of what Rinascita had for most of this game coming out from the members of CutieNK, and they're getting into a position where they ideally want to lock out, but with TKF going down, there's that as at least the first person going down in the push is definitely not going to be ideal for them. Nine Eye at least able to clean up a couple members of Rinascita, but you can kind of see that Phoenix is trying to find them. Unsuccessful in that mission, but somewhere within the mess of all of that, it seems like we did get a cap and apply another penalty once again, as Kai is pushing once again, not quite holding that zone, but a lot of things are happening right now in this last minute. I still think it's anybody's game.
Oh, 100%. And Rinascita wants to stay in this and at least prove the fans that they are here to stay and that they are at this top caliber alongside Milky Way. But CutieNK wants to leave their mark and really seal this one with a convincing 30 victory. And Kai has been just incredible with these Trizukas, and Nine Eye is trying to get on this carbon roller that switched off to a couple more important plays, but no, Yoshell is not found. The tactic cooler is down on the side of Rinascita, but that's not gonna be enough. Nine Ray has to try and go for Yoshell. They're just running Yoshell down every single time they get the opportunity. It seems like that's basically their only goal, because now TKF is in position. It's 2 versus 2. Kai is on this ledge and is trying to throw a bomb at the wall, but didn't get any picks. It's 14 ticks left. Phoenix is able to move forward with Volty, but it's not going to be enough time and paint for Volty to actually get into position. There's no paint on the ground, and that is CutieNK securing this 30, this clean sweep from Rinascita when there were so many ways that could have gone into the other favor, and Coolerless Comp just dominated a very high caliber Western team. And to the point I was making earlier, Nina in this game 2 died 9 times, TKF died 5, Kai died 3, and 9 died 4. That was it. This is a team that knows how to stay alive, and they've been doing it to perfection.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you could see almost like clockwork. Every time that there's maybe 1 or 2 people down, they'll have someone like Nina, like right here. They're taking a little position where they can maybe spot out, and they just wait for a better opportunity instead of trying to force one to happen. And I think that's what makes them so unique in the way that they play.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That was so many good actual like high intensity games, matches, and Siren, I'm a little bit sad it's over, but not there's still more tournament to go. But that's the end for us. What do you want to say? What are your thoughts so far?
I had a great time. This was a great global gauntlet. It was amazing to see Milky Way have such a great dominating win. And I think, we're kind of in the mentality, I think, of the West right now, where we're like, any win for the West is like a win for the West. Like, we might be competitors against each other any other day, but today it's like we have something to prove, and it's just to ourselves. But it is good to see some improvement from the Western side, whether it's a game, whether it's a set like today, and overall, like, very solid effort from every single team tonight, and great work to the Japanese teams who have very caringly and graciously joined us tonight as well.
Exactly.
I'm talking like the tournament's over, but it's not, because we have an amazing analysis desk with 3 amazing people. So I'm really excited that we get to pass things over to them.
I'm excited too. This has been it from us on Global Gauntlet 2 Finals. I'm Magic 8 Ball. I'm joined by Siren. This has been so much fun, and yes, we've yapped quite long enough. I just want to say that, like you said, so grateful that we can have such amazing matches and an opportunity for these players to really hash it out and learn from the best. But speaking of learning from the best, why don't we throw it over to that analyst desk with Kat, Sasu, and Fufu.
Well, we are back. Now we're back. The analyst desk to kind of at this halfway point, get a sort of temperature check, recap things, and then look forward for the things to come. So that is the end of round 3. Let's for people who maybe joined late or didn't see things, let's recap things, and then we'll go back into our predictions. Fufu, do you have some recap?
I love yapping.
Yeah. Yes. I know. Ellie gave us like.
But looks like our first, starting with that first. I mean, looking back here for a second, that was PXG versus Vacuum World. We are going to look at predictions later, but it was Vac World that took that set. It was 1-3 PXG Vacuum World. So pretty good stuff. Pretty simple, I would have to say. Nothing crazy, except there was a sub out for PXG. Noah was subbed out for Basil. So definitely that first warm-up match. And moving on to round 2, that was Milky Way versus Mellow Good, which ended off as a 3-1 with Milky Way taking that set. It was really fun because they were both double backline comps, so it was very fun to see kind of those similar comps go head to head against each other. So that was also a very fun set to watch. And ending off on round 3 with Rinascita versus CutieNK. Unfortunately, Rinascita did not see a game during that set. They got 3-0'd pretty much there, or 0-3'd, excuse me. They got really close during that last game, though. That was as close as it could have gotten, and was definitely rooting for them, but unfortunately didn't see it through. But they have a couple more games here, a couple more sets here they get to play.
Yes, so things going, a lot of nail biters in that first half. And as you can see currently here, this is how some of the teams that were off stream have been going as well. I think, unfortunately, we're seeing several Western teams unable to pick up sets yet. PXG and Milky Way on the board here. And I think, unfortunately, it is going to be Healbook hasn't picked up a game, but we are only halfway through. How are you feeling so far about how things are going, Pat?
Well, I mean, it depends on the team, of course. Rinascita, he's having a rough night. I was hoping, expecting for them to get better, to get a set. They got to a game 5 against King of Ham, but a game 5, if you lose it, it's still a defeat. So pretty close, but Milky Way and PXG able to show us great games, able to get their victory on their belt. That's already 2 sets down for the West, which, I mean, remember last time for Global Gauntlet it was 3 victories in total. So we're still pretty much in the same ballpark as we were last time. It's just about doing the things, and as we can see on that chart right here, is that most of our teams have gotten games off of Japan, even if they haven't taken sets.
Yes, and that's super exciting that we weren't sure what it was going to be like going into tonight, but speaking of ballpark, let's see how close we were in the ballpark as it pertains to our predictions. So now we have a lot of actual data to go on. We have all of our guesses, starting with PXG versus Vacuum World, like you mentioned, Fufu, that ended in a 1-3. So that means you have Magic, who was just on, as well as K-Bot and Pat, completely cashing out and correct with that assumption. I think I was admittedly the only person to give them the win there, so I will take that loss on the chin. But Milky Way, they were down, but they weren't out. What did you think about that game, and did it play into your expectations?
Well, I feel like PXG played well, showed us a good game. They had to get a sub at the last second because their backline was asleep. That's kind of rough, and they still managed to get the 1-3. Vacuum World, though, incredibly strong, incredibly dangerous, and we saw why in that set. I'm kind of happy, honestly, that PXG managed to get that one game and to show us a good show.
Fufu, you thought they would actually take 2 games. It ended up just being 1. How do you feel PXG ended up doing in that game? Did it fit your expectations, or what are you thinking?
I think it did. I am a little bit sad that I was so close to getting that second game to get the predictions just right, but it's a good day for Vacuum World still. I mean, not too far from my expectations.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned, like we've been talking about, there was a sub out for PXG. I think, unfortunately, and this is something I wanted to discuss with the predictions and how you can never really know how things are going to shake out. Because my 3-2 was also really, and a lot of my predictions for PXG, or 2 of them, were very specified on the leader. And you have PXG not playing with the leader that they are used to. Instead, Basil graciously subbing in for Noah there. So I feel like there's familiarity, synergy, and stuff like that. May have not been the tightest, or maybe it was just the power of Vacuum World. But it's hard to not just predict these things, but we have to take into account sleep tax and forfeits as well. 2 French players and 1 Japanese player unfortunately playing Splatoon in their dreams, not able to make it for the games on time, and that ended up with I think a forfeit against New Meta and several subs as well in that first time. So we're gonna have to think about that for Splat World Series. as it pertains to whether everybody will be able to be up and playing their best. But with that being said, let's discuss Milky Way versus Mellow Good. It ended up being a 3-1, which none of us correctly predicted. Fufu, you thought
So
it would be
close.
a 3-2. They unfortunately missed out on that second game. I feel you there. Tell me about how you felt about that game.
I'm so glad I did not bet money on this. Is what I'm going to say. I will say I am one of 3 people, along with K-Bot and Ellie, that got the closest we could have, and we were the only 3 people to have some hope in Milky Way. And we all got the closest, but we lost it by one game, one little game. It was a very close set. I was honestly pleasantly surprised by it. I mean, sorry, I meant to say it was supposed to go that way. Yeah, based on my predictions, guys. But very good set. I'm glad I had some hope in Milky Way to bring that home.
Yeah, Pat, you along with me thought that Mellow Good would be taking it home, but
Yep.
actually that it was a close set, but that's not what the numbers say, ending in that 3-1. How did you feel about the game when you were watching it? Did it fit your expectations?
I mean, like, in the first game, we saw Mellow Good miss the punish in overtime because of a reef slider that ran into a wall. And then Milky Way showed us throughout the set faster gameplay, better gameplay, and in the end, they were really able to play better. And honestly, it's Milky Way stepping up to the occasion and showing us an incredible game right there. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to be surprised.
Me too. I actually, if you remember in that Mahi game, it was going into overtime. It was looking like Milky Way was going to take it, and then Mellow Good. Listen, you might look at the 1-3 I gave that and say, wow, you had no faith in Milky Way. But really, all of my faith was in the reef slider that I knew would come out of Grand Roll. And just then you saw they had that really good hold, and then it was over like that because of one reef slider. So I was thinking that might happen more often than we would like, and they might be able to take more games, but very luckily or skillfully from Milky Way controlling that reef slider, making sure that Grand Roll stayed down. They avoided that loss. But let's move into this third game that we just saw end, unfortunately ending in an 0-3, even though I think I alone get the points, so to speak, for that prediction. I am not proud of it. Fufu, I'm seeing you had the 1-3, so you were like, maybe Rinascita takes one, and they weren't unfortunately able to. So talk to me about it.
Listen, I wanted to have a little bit of hope for all of our Western teams, if I'm being honest. You know, give him a little 1. I don't want to give it 0, but I will say I was closer to you than I was to me. So it was still quite the set nonetheless. Rinascita did put up a fight. They got pretty close towards the end. It could have been a 1 game. All I can say is that all of my set predictions were right. I haven't chosen a team that hasn't won yet. So I get to at least relish that fact.
Yeah, at the very least, Pat, you were kind of on the absolute opposite side with this 3-1. So tell me what you saw happening that didn't necessarily play out.
I don't know. It's just I believe in Rinascita, and I think they can do so well, but they have the kind of comp. Any team that has Volty involved will be shaped like a spear, with Volty running forward and trying to get these fights, trying to get these splats. And it's hard to make it work. It's very, very hard to make it work, especially at that level. And usually players that are not used to playing against that can be surprised. Rinascita faced the CutieNK that was very much ready for that, and faced the CutieNK that was playing completely differently, and that was able to really get the upper hand. And we were talking about that earlier, is that they have a lot of paint, and when you have that amount of paint, it's going to be hard to face it. And so I still believe in Rinascita. I still think that they could surprise us before this day is over. But for sure, that was like CutieNK showing us how strong they can play and fight.
Yeah, I think definitely I have a lot of belief in Rinascita. Obviously, we still have the other half of our predictions to go. And, you see me, I gave them the 3-1. We're just going to have to see. But before we head into those next games, I kind of want to take a temperature check as to how you feel the West is doing so far and what you expect to see in these incoming games. Obviously, we have the predictions, but looking at where we are at this halfway point, the East sets versus the West sets, we've already matched our sets so far that we did. So hopefully we can only go up from here. Hopefully we don't just fail to win any sets, especially via my predictions for the sake of me being right. But taking a look at this, how are you feeling about our chances, Fufu?
I'm feeling great. I put my money on it being over, so hopefully we get some more sets. We just need one set, just a singular little set, in order to beat our record from last Global Gauntlet. So I'm gonna remain hopeful as I have throughout my predictions, and hopefully we could see another set in our favor, and suddenly everyone will be cheering, myself included. How are you feeling, Pat?
I mean, PXG just got a second 3-0 in a row. Right there. When they're not on stream, they're absolutely shredding, and there's very much like a lot of danger. There's a lot that can be done, that can be said in terms of what we could see. We're halfway through the global gauntlet. We already have tied in terms of sets with last time, and we're exactly half the amount of games that we won the last time. So the West is doing okay for now. The West is very much doing fine. The big question is, what momentum do we get off of that? Can PXG keep the momentum going and win the next one? Or what do they face in this next set that we're about to watch?
Yeah, there's a question mark, I think, at the very least. Very luckily, that question mark doesn't feel so bad. Even if we were to somehow biff the rest of our sets collectively, I think we've done so strongly so far looking at these numbers where, we could use a little padding in those game numbers, but I think sets are really, when it comes to Splat World Series, it's not going to be about games. It's going to be about sets and who moves forward in that bracket. So ultimately, the tone and the feel and whether we can really put our foot down, especially in the face of so much uncertainty with people being subbed out, I think Thunder was able to sub in as well as Basil, and those are some very prominent American players. So luckily, even though things that are very unexpected are going on, it still feels like, we're staying afloat, we're staying in it, and these are some really great games.
Yeah. Before, we were talking about sets not too long ago, and I want to cut in for a second and talk about that. There's actually an ongoing set between Milky Way and King of Ham that is 2-2. Yep. They're currently around 2 minutes on their match with no clear victor just yet. So that might be able to put a set in our favor, might be able to push us towards that over prediction from earlier. Just wanted to come in and say that.
No, absolutely. Yep. That is particularly exciting because then Milky Way can join PXG in that 2-win club if they're able to take that and just, I feel like Milky Way and PXG for the most part are kind of neck and neck, it feels like, in terms of trying to take home those wins. So the fact that they've been kind of going blow for blow has been really exciting for me to see, as well as even the teams that aren't those two kind of picking up games here and there. I think always a treat to see people taking those games. So fingers crossed that Milky Way locks in there and that they end up taking that game, because it's looking close. And let me take this moment to remind you guys that afterwards there will be a rewound as well, where a lot of the things that were not streamed are going to be commentated over and uploaded on the IPL YouTube channel. So if you're looking at the bracket and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I wish I saw that game, it looks so close, or anything like that, don't you fear, you will eventually be able to take a look.
And speaking of sets, I think Milky Way is on the cusp of potentially losing the current game that they're doing. It's looking so close, and it's like right there. They have like that's a 2-point, like close to knockout there from King of Ham. Like that is a very tight set going on behind us. So it could be anyone still. That's kind of just the progress.
It's not over. It is not over, but right now it's looking pretty dire for Milky Way. They've showed us a few comeback, but I'm not sure it's gonna work. Good.
And it's especially exciting because it looks like it's about to close off right now. There's a paint off. I know you guys can't see, but they are against, I believe, CutieNK, who is not running a cooler either. We've been seeing...
It's King of Ham.
Or King of Ham, rather. But King of Ham is not running a cooler. CutieNK is also not running a cooler. We've been seeing some of that. So we do have some casters coming up in Shiny Hunter, Zach, and K-Bot, who I'm sure are going to discuss a lot of the comps we've been seeing, particularly out of JP. Very wild out of the Western scope, and just kind of comment on that. So I think the Milky Way set is still going on in the background. It's really close. Keep your eyes on the bracket to see how that ends up.
I think it might end here. No, it's not. Never mind. It's like they keep going back and forth. There's around 10 seconds left on this. But I don't think this is going into Milky Way's favor. We'll figure it out.
No.
But
unfortunately, they did lose that game. But we still have more games to come. We are only halfway through, and we have some fantastic commentators I just mentioned in Shiny Hunter, Zach, and K-Bot. So don't you go anywhere. Global Gauntlet 2 continues. It's going to be PXG taking this first.
it's your second team to qualify. Just like that. Cricket is looking at qualification.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Global Gauntlet 2. That was a pretty quick break into the latter half of our event here. Shiny Hunter Zach joined by K-Bot, who needs no introduction, of course. K-Bot, lots of discussion already about what's been going on today. Give me your overview and your thoughts on today so far.
A lot going on. I feel like if you watch the first Global Gauntlet, this one is playing very similar. I think the West has seen some levels of success in small handful of match wins, one of which we saw on stream, and seeing a lot of pushing, taking a game, even pushing to a game 5 in some of these. So there is hope. Don't get it twisted. But I think the more interesting thing that I've been looking at today, Zach, is the rise of a lack of cooler in some of the compositions that are played in this event. You would expect that a tacticooler is a staple of any comp. No matter if you're playing pickup culture or not, somebody is going to play cooler, right? Well, that hasn't been the case for some of the teams that we've been seeing today, one of which being King of Ham, who was able to get that Game 5 victory over Milky Way in round 3 just now. And next up, we'll be going up against PXG. You see the weapons listed on the screen, and this is more or less what they've been playing today. It has been that Splat Brella for Tanaha. Inaten's been switching around a little bit, whether it's Zinc Mini Splatling, whether it's Heavy Deco, or we've even seen a Jet Squelcher Cobra over the course of the day today. None of which, though, are cooler weapons. So it's very interesting to watch how this team has been able to put it together. And, I mean, obviously, they They took game 5 over Milky Way, so they're playing it well. And I think it's a testament to the fact that cooler is a nice thing to have, but isn't always necessary. And this team that we're about to watch, I think, is going to show that example to our audience quite well.
And in keeping the theme of weapon compositions and their changes, you know, as PXG comes up as well, that will be their opponent in our round 4 here. A notable substitution as Basil has come in, I believe, and that's been, you know, pretty strong.
Noah's back away.
Oh, Noah's back. Okay, perfect. So
yes.
In both cases, you talk about that back line of originally Snipe Rider 5H was so strong and nothing really challenged it. And then E-Leader kind of crept up as being one of those, you know, you can use this and still get a ton of value in comparison to the Snipe Rider. And Snipe Rider then had to contend with primarily the NZAP 85, which we've seen in droves today as one of the premier choices if you do want to bring a tacticooler in, as well as other options like the Trisaw Chauveau that a team like Healbook would aim to go towards. But Gray, Solja, Noah, Goss, you know, Goss, of course, a very quick, very devastating player to go up against that 52 gal alongside the Blaster. Those have been the two premier Slayer weapons. They're so strong. And PXG as a team, after that first round loss to Vacuum World, they've been in a 3-0-3-0 back-to-back state. So taking down Yamato Spirit and Mellow Good. So hoping to extend some of that luck as we get ready for our strike system, getting 2 of these stages, K-Bot, out of the way.
2 down. Should be interesting here. Do want to note today, I think so far, at least in what I've watched of PXG, Goss has been playing NZAP more for this team, mostly enabling Jordan to be a little more aggressive, which probably leans to that as well. And an aggressive NZAP is no sacrifice, right? So anytime you can get the tacticooler down and go from there, that's even better. I don't even have a moment to talk through the stage select system. We're going to Scorch Gorge as our first stage on the board here. I don't think we've seen this one much today at all, and certainly we don't see it often on Splat Zones. So this should be a fun one.
Yeah, and that is the advent of the system. We were talking in the pre-show about how stages are kind of coming out of the woodwork. Marlin Airport in particular has been one that's been seen in an inordinate amount today. But Scorch Gorge, you know, typically reserved for the Clan Blitzes and the Rainmakers of the world. With this event, zones, the only thing you're going to see, and really does have this rather large area that you have to contend with. And you're quite far from your spawn as noted on your screen here. So you have to either be very careful about your jumps, which these teams are incredibly good at the placement of their sub-weapons to catch folks that are jumping in and essentially delay them returning to the fight. And lockouts can be pretty critical here as well. That's part of why we see Rainmaker and Clan Blitz as preferred modes for this stage, is because you have that kind of choke point where for Rainmaker that first checkpoint would be, and for Clan Blitz where the basket would be, and then it opens up quite a bit, and you have that valley going down. Of course, that's where if you get locked out in that area, makes it difficult to go to the right, which is one of the only real other ways out of the stage, or if you have to clamber on top of the common sort of charger overlook to get those good sightlines. And of course, with the plethora of splatlings that have sort of overtaken the meta, the grates can be made pretty strong use of as another way to overlook and keep teams in check. K-Bot, you mentioned the duality between the heavy splatling, which has really seen a renaissance, and the deco. Wondering definitely whether we will see that combination or one or the other brought by these teams onto our game 1.
I'm going to go with double heavy is a stretch for this one. Even though King of Ham has been playing it a decent bit so far today, I think for one, you mentioned the grates. You're not going to be nearly as mobile on a heavy splatling. If they were thinking about double edit or something, maybe I could see it. But more likely, one of them will probably be a mini. And for two, if they know what they're going up against, Noah's going to favor the E-Leader, has been favoring it in recent times with PXG. And like I said, Goss going over the NZAP to make sure that that cooler spot is covered. With that in mind, the heavy splatling is a very vulnerable target for an E-Leader at all stages of the game. And on Scorch Gorge in particular, that E-Leader is going to be very safe on the defensive side, right? You're not going to be able to do a lot to get an E-Leader uncomfortable. And so I would have to imagine that you don't want to walk into that. And the thing that I think King of Ham is going to rely on to mitigate Noah's presence is going to be potentially a double bubble comp. If you go over to that Zinc Mini instead, suddenly you have Toto on the decaf and Inaten on a Zinc Mini. 2 bubbles, shuts down sight lines of the leader, or at least forces the leader to throw one shot towards the bubble to take it out completely, can buy some precious seconds for repositioning and counterattacks while that E-leader is distracted. So I would expect that that's probably going to be what the team settles in on. Whether or not they pull it out for game 1, of course, we'll see. But I have to imagine Toto's played against PXG before, right? Like, this isn't going to be rocket science. So we'll see whether or not they find that up first. But that would be my main prediction.
Yeah, you bring up a couple of good points. You know, you have to find ways to make the NZAP work when in a lot of teams, it does end up being taken up by the primary shooter weapon player. So they're flexing over from a more aggressive role into a more supportive role. And we've seen in other events, players like Zero, for example, be, still quite aggressive on the NZAP, a weapon that is, typically reserved for just putting out as much paint as possible in order to try and maintain the tacticoolers, and that being a core facet of your composition. The tacticooler should be one of the most spammed specials that you have in your composition. And on top of that, you can be a little bit more mobile. So when you talk about this E-leader that has this great sort of eagle's eye view over everything, you want to make sure that you are as elusive as possible so that you are not an easy target while you are kind of staying typically behind the fight a little bit, even with the shortness of your weapon. Or if you're a more aggressive player of that weapon, you're maybe hiding right below drop downs where they can't see you unless they're quite literally peeking over the edge. But it looks like we're getting into it. It's game 1. Obviously, Splat Zones in this best of 5 on Scorch Gorge. Taking a look at the compositions, Goss is indeed going to be on that NZAP and K-Bot. How about a Hydra Splatling to throw a wrench into the situation here from Soph?
Would not have expected a Hydra, but there's 3 bubbles. The same reason I would say double bubble is going to be probably the answer. How about triple bubble instead? Might as well go for it if you are King of Ham here. Something we have in our notes that was a potential to be pulled out, but I wasn't expecting it in this kind of iteration. And you're already seeing them have a decent amount of presence on the stage early. The extra range of this Hydra as well can potentially contest towards Noah on this E-leader, and you can see Soph especially covering that sight line over that snipe underneath the tree.
Using too the spread ability of those triple ink strikes. This is the 3-down situation forced against the members of King of Ham. PXG now in a power position. Soldier taking up that mantle of locking down the drop down areas. They're not in a position where they can advance forward on those grates and really be aggressive with attacking their spawn. The counter ink strikes are going to come out as well. Noah trying to make use of whatever sightlines they have, but Toto going to be taking them out, and K-Bot, that is exactly what you're wanting to do with these bubbles. Since you have so many on your team, you don't need to really be have reservations about using them, and that helps King of Ham to get right back into a power position.
Yeah, expect to watch these bubbles get used more as sub-weapons than special weapons. With the amount that they're going to have at their disposal and the amount that they can potentially provide in terms of additional temporary cover, that's going to be key here. And I think when you're able, especially when you're playing a Toto on a Mint Decavitator, going in and being able to have that extra bit of cover, a little workaround, here, maybe kind of noticing it. Gray's going to get the best of it, but that immediately gets striked out by Tanaha. That's another round of triple ink strike. There's only one set of those for King of Ham as they're looking to try to come on back into this one. But even still, looks like PXG still has a strong hold. And again, Noah is very safe right now in the leader, though as I say that, gets lasered down by the Hydra. Another perhaps reason why this was picked.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the dueling win conditions here for King of Ham. One of them is getting soaked into areas where they can not only drastically outrange the shorter weapons on PXG, but also be that counter to Noah in where they're safe. And for PXG, one of the win conditions is breaking these bubbles as soon as they appear so that Noah can stay out of harm's way and pick members off of King of Ham wherever they're able to. Toto just locking down these crates, able to get one pick there as the triple ink strikes fly out once again. Soldier trying to make sure nobody from King of Ham, they're kind of playing ring around the rosy a little bit around this objective. That's part of why the wave breaker is a bit helpful. But to that end, King of Ham being quite cautious, not allowing themselves to get marked. Toto having difficulty being taken out of the area of the zone. Finally, Gray able to remove them forcibly, and K-Bot trying to give PXG an edge in giving back what's become a closer game than initially was.
And look at this. Graves looking for maybe, double play opportunity. Nope, Bubble. Sorry, you can't do that. We're going to hold this corner of the zone. And Graves forced to jump on back. So King of Ham has an opportunity to reset here, get Sofu into a good position, and start charging up the laser that is this Hydra Splatling. It looks like they're going to give some space away. Another bubble comes out. Here's Strikes, and Inaten's going to just get completely bombed out and pushed off to the side here. Meanwhile, the timer is still ticking down in purple. 10 remaining here. And we have to get the ink on the zone right now for PXG. Soldier's trying to do some work in mid here. They almost don't have it. Hold on. Stop it at 1. Here comes the Strikes looking to just secure the zone and will extend the game for a moment. 1 down on both sides here. But PXG looking shaky for the moment. Maybe they'll be able to clean this up. Okay, 3 down situation. They have an opportunity for a hold. But again, will they be able to find the picks? Or will the temporary cover of these bubbles take issue with that?
That's big, and that's part of why the Slosher is such a heavily picked weapon in the West. With a composition that King of Ham is running, it's going to be difficult for something like Umbrella to play that same role as Soldier tries to get the pick, and they will on Tanaha. The counter triple link strikes coming out once again. That's the big bubbler extended as well as Sofu is the last one remaining. Goes down in a trade to Gray, and so they do not fully have the zone. They're taking a little bit to finally cap it. That is going to buy King of Ham a few seconds with 10 seconds left on the board to get back in. Gray now playing King of the Hill. They're able to take down Toto, looking for any more, but it's flipping over a little bit to King of Ham. Now PXG drastically trying to get back in. Goss throws it down, but time will expire on PXG as they were looking to buy themselves as much time in the end. But whether because of those few seconds where they lapsed on this large zone or because of the comeback from King of Ham here, King of Ham will be the ones taking game 1.
Well, here's the other thing. I think we've historically talked more about this, and by historically, I mean many moons ago. But Splat Zones here, in this composition for PXG, they don't have a lot of ink. So when Goss goes down, it is a huge deal, especially here at the end, where they need to make sure that they're holding on to this. If just a little bit's able to get sent the other way from King of Ham, Gray and Soldier don't have the ability to flip zone instantly if they don't have those strikes or that triple splashdown at the ready. That's what we see at the end of the game, and that's ultimately what secures it for King of Ham. A little bit of extra inking presence there at the very end, and I was kind of questioning what they were going for because it looked like it was pretty rushed at the end. The King of Ham going for a retake at the very end to prevent that, but they're able to find the answer ultimately, and mostly because of having a little bit extra, right? If Inaten's able to get in position on this mini, if Sofu is alive, Hydra Splatling's going to be able to put that out as well. And I think if you're PXG here, you're probably going to want to find something that can play against bubbles a little nicer. They have the strikes, they have the splashdown, but I feel like you're going to want a little more probably to try to shred through these bubbles. I don't know what that answer is. It will be interesting to see if they come up with anything or if they just decide to stick with what they know. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see that either. But I mean, when you're playing against, if we're talking about how polarizing playing against an E-leader is, playing against 3 big bubblers on the opposing side is probably just as polarizing.
Yeah, and there's definitely trade-offs. Every time you're building a team composition, right, you are making allocations to some areas in your strengths that are going to inevitably have drawbacks in certain situations. And a lot of teams, in all honesty, they're not prepping for the Scorched Gorge zones of the world. It's not something that's commonly seen in the West, especially. It's got this large, just singular zone on the stage. It's got this large obstacle in the middle. And so to your point, both teams, technically, the Brella coming away with a decent amount of paint, actually second on the team for King of Ham, even more paint output than the Hydra, though the Hydra going 15-3. So finding the answer and also finding 6 big bubblers. The team, by the way, King of Ham combining for 16 total big bubblers. So to K-Bot's point about you need an answer for it, that's why, because 16, you divide that for 5 minutes, that is quite often in terms of seconds that you're going to have one or multiple big bubblers out, and typically on one of the 2 sides of the zone that you're going to have to contend with. So there's 2 elevations that you're having to deal with multiple different problems. If you have Sofu set up on the grates, then you have to essentially babysit your E-leader and Noah. And if you have one or multiple big bubblers down in the midst of the zone, then your objective is to somehow break that or lure the person in that big bubbler out so that you can try to get the splat. Gray, though, have to call out 19-11, Goss 17-8 with 7 tacticoolers. So it is not a definitive win or an overly dominant win from King of Ham. There is still very much so life in PXG and some momentum that they can bring forward. Noah 6-3 on that E-leader, I think pretty clearly demonstrates that they were not always in the premier position to get those picks. And I would imagine K-Bot, the 3 big bubblers, has to contribute to that somewhat.
As it turns out, blocking the sightline of the E-leader is huge for minimizing its impact in the game. But to the point of Gray and Goss putting in consistent effort and having a high KA, it didn't matter, because if one player has big bubbler on the other side, that you have to respect that. You can't just walk into this. Now, the interesting thing that I wanted to note about our strike select system entering game 2 is that King of Ham left up Eeltail Alley. They are not afraid of Noah on an E-leader with a triple bubble composition potentially in their back pocket. And instead here, PXG going over to Mako Mart is their selection for game 2. So the interesting play of how King of Ham is responding to an E-leader and how it's trying to outplay the E-leader is to say, no, we're not scared of you. We have our style to shut you down, even on a stage like Scorched Gorge, where that E-leader is going to have generally open sight lines. These bubbles are putting in the work to make the difference. We'll see. I kind of doubt that triple bubble is going to work everywhere, and certainly not something they're going to pull out here. This was the one where we saw, I think Inaten played the Cobra Jet Squelcher on this stage earlier today. We'll see whether or not that comes out again or not, because that was something that I saw, and I had to squint my eyes. I was like, is that really what I think it is up there at the top? And sure enough, it was. We'll see. Is it coming out again? Okay, no change to the comp from PXG, and Nautilus for Sofu in a Clause 96 gal, opting back for the cooler from Inaten.
Tale of 2 weapons here. Clause 96 is joining other weapons like the Enzap and Tri/Nouveau as, fighting for that place where the tactical can come through. It's a tale of 2 weapons in that the Nautilus, it had its place in its time, as we see a great pick there from Noah. Not often seen anymore, but for zones, kind of a sensical loadout in the Ink Storm and the point sensor. You want to make sure this is kind of Flounder Heights Light, or the baby version of Flounder Heights, where you have these boxes and walls that you can kind of shark around on. It's also interesting. We talk about us being old heads. I'm used to Hagglefish being sort of called the final destination here, and now that moniker appears to have gone over to Mako Mart, as we see King of Ham locking it back down, Tanaha in the midst of these triple ink strikes. But the team looking to push forward here, and PXG being held pretty far back, which on this stage, with how expansive the charger court or perch area is, can be a little bit difficult sometimes.
Certainly. Zach, I remember when, on the note of the final destination, I remember when it was Walleye Warehouse was called the final destination of Splatoon. But alas, we don't have to worry about that one anymore. in this one, you're right. I think the consistent pressure that's being applied right now from King of Ham is making Noah struggle. We'll see what they can do off these strikes. Gray starts to move forward in them, but King of Ham respects the strikes, backs on away. Gray's going to be able to find one onto Ina10, and maybe there's an opportunity here to start to get set up. But with King of Ham having the Tacticooler, PXG is going to have to find they're going to have to work doubly as hard to have even a little bit of success, right? That's where the Tacticooler is strong. Triple splashdown out mitigates the single bubble now that is only in the hands of Toto. And suddenly PXG has the opportunity here. Noah takes a shot towards Ina10's Brella that gets blocked away, but while Gray continues pushing over here, now goes in the Flora estate, looking for Ina10 here as well. Won't be fishing for it too much, but is going to be able to get it just before jumping away. A great triple from Gray is what opens up the game for PXG.
Yeah, flawless execution, not just on the picks, but also much easier to get value out of the triple splashdown if it's fewer bubbles that you're having to contend with. You can pretty easily use it, and a lot of players are kind of averse. They save it as almost this panic button special and don't use it for almost more defensive purposes for opening up yourself or your teammates. For Gray, it's themselves because they're on a blaster, but just allowing them to get in as we do see PXG go 3 down. So King of Ham getting back into mid. Soldier, the last surviving member there, only able to get Sopu a little bit low. And now you have to worry a little bit for PXG because you maybe bank a little bit on Soldier staying alive. And now you're starting to trickle in. And the result of that is that King of Ham is infiltrating your spawn. And as the result of that, you've cycled all the way back through where now your E-Leader and your NZAP have gone down. Soldier's pushed all the way back on this back wall, and they're so comfortable, K-Bot. They're expending this big bubbler way ahead of the zone.
Look at Toto, man. You've got to respect the play of this mid-decavitator. Jumps in to Sofu, who was there, pops the big bubbler, says, you have to answer for me, otherwise I am going to continually be a thorn in your side. And it distracts PXG for just long enough that the rest of King of Ham can get set up and secure the knockout. 0-2 to the favor right now of King of Ham. And I was kind of thinking that, like, oh, well, this feels like maybe PXG can pull it out. I think this was a little more even than the first game, so it felt, even score lines aside, right? King of Ham kind of had control largely of the pace of the last game. This one, PXG had control of a sizable chunk there in the middle, but can't end up pulling it out. And I think it's mostly because of that opening, breaking into the spawn, and just the amount of time that you have to burn to try to answer for that. You see, look, Toto is still in spawn right now as we get the waning seconds of this game. Goss tries to make a play for the zone, but it is just too little too late. So interesting to see both different sides of this from King of Ham. We went from 3 bubbles to 1 bubble, and both were able to work there. And I think that's one of the largest things about Japanese players in general, is recognizing what their win condition actually is. Is their win condition stalling out the game for as long as possible, or is it I have to dive their spawn so that the timer can tick down? Seen both iterations of that here from King of Ham so far in this series.
I'm so bad. I just have multiple sports analogies or references popping into my head that I'm desperately trying not to say. The one I want to bring up is in hockey is my sport specifically. There is a stat in the playoffs of hockey that generally says teams that go the distance in a series and win in their next series, if they're taking on a team that swept their previous opponent, the team that went the distance overwhelmingly is the favorite to win that next series. And it's this sort of forged in fire mentality. King of Ham 3-2 over Milky Way in round 3, 3-2 over Rinascita in round 2. So they have quite literally taken, what has been a decent performance in Area Cup 3 Crown. This is pretty much a very similar, if not the same composition that won 1 out of 3 matches in that event, and then now has come in and not dropped a series so far, getting wins over Crickets and the aforementioned 2 Western teams. Taking a look at the struck stages, Urchin and Manta Maria. So, Abot, to your earlier point, these teams pretty comfortable focusing on what is played generally, especially in the West, and that they don't want to see, versus something like they're trying to get these abstract or quote unquote out there stage picks out of the way, like an Eeltail Alley, which, as you can see, is still something that could be picked by the randomizer.
Yeah, interesting to see what PXG is going to go with here. Maybe there's a world where you try to go back to Eeltail and set up Noah for success. We haven't seen that. That typically doesn't get practiced or played over here at all, right? So it would be, we know that that would be strong for a leader, but with the response we've seen out of King of Ham so far, do you put all your eggs in that basket? I don't actually know if you do, if you don't have another compositional answer, whether it be triple bubble or anything under the sun, right? It feels like the little bit of a weaker painting presence right now is hurting PXG. And on zones, that is so vitally important when push comes to shove that they just haven't been in the moments where that has mattered most. So we'll see what ends up coming through here for their pick. We're still waiting on it from them entering in.
The other sports analogy I wanted to make, I'll slide it in real quick, is
we have time,
in baseball,
so go ahead.
Which again, I don't watch a ton of baseball, but they have something called the cycle, which basically if you get a single, double, triple, and home run in the same game, I'm looking at that from a big bubbler perspective. We've seen the 3, so the triple, we've seen the 1 for the single. Can we get, if we have enough remaining games, the 2 big bubbler comp, and then you cap it off with the 4 big bubbler composition? I want to see 4 on one team. We just need to take this and ramp it up to 11 here. But, you know, to your point, we did see earlier with Milky Way in terms of thinking about compositional changes. Bran in particular was struggling quite a bit on the slosher, made the swap over to the S-Blast, and then had several quite strong games in a row. So that could be one potential answer here if you want to give PXG some momentum as we now look at our selected stage. And Mincemeat Metalworks, K-Bot, I don't know about you, kind of falls into the same category as an Eeltail Alley for me. We have seen this one played earlier from Milky Way, and it was a tough fight. That was in their round 1, where they got swept by Yamato Spirit, and against some interesting weapons as well, which I won't spoil yet because we will see Yamato Spirit later, I believe. But if not, even so, this is a tough stage to get back in. Similar in that we have greats spanning a good bit, or just the similarly elevated blocks like a Mako Mart. So you're marrying some of the other elements from these other stages, but it is such a tough stage to get back in on, and another one of those stages where you can get locked out quite easily.
And I think there's some play here for something like an E-Leader, but certainly when you think of an E-Leader, this is not the stage you're thinking of going to, right? Yes, there are some angles for the leader to have a presence, but it will vary. It is a bomb throw away from getting sent away from some of those positions, right? It's not nearly as safe as it might be on something like an Eeltail. So I don't know precisely what the thought process is with Mincemeat here in general. Maybe they're thinking there's more angles and opportunities to flank into bubbles if they need that at their disposal. But we'll see here as PXG, nope, same composition. They're just rocking with it here. And what differences do we see now from King of Ham? It's the Rattler coming out here for that Zuka, and Sofu is back on the heavy splat.
Maybe that's your answer to make sure that you're not locked out. You get something with a beacon a la Urchin Underpass. Make sure that you're able to get back in as Gray, right in the midst of the action, gets the fadeaway pick there onto Tanaha. And another one to follow it up onto Toto, a direct this time. So this principle of give a little to gain a lot, PXG comes out with that. They poke around, giving the opportunity to King of Ham to cap this zone first. Ooh. And look at how that's responded. They are starting to enter this lockout period. Gray missing a couple of shots there and sees the writing on the wall and jumps out. And that, again, ties into this idea of patience and understanding when to push forward and when to back out. That's still even allowing them to get picks as the mini splatling, one of the main highlights that you talked about, K-Bot, going down. And that's already led PXG to the halfway mark.
Gray is one of the best players at recognizing when it's time to jump away. His ability to get away in the nick of time is huge. It looked a little scary there for a moment, as doing so made that entire left side of the stage open for King of Ham to start walking in on. The PXG holds on for longer and gets it down to 26 here in their first push, which is certainly something they're happy with, especially because in the ensuing fight after the cap, it's another 2-down situation. And so as we see the special cycles come back through, Gray's going to go right back into position in front of this zone, and PXG is back on a tear.
Yeah, and just being a pest under these drop downs. Anywhere that King of Ham is deigning to get high ground, they are getting directed or shot by either Gray or Noah, respectively, sending them very far forward. Gray will finally fall, but the space that they're creating is invaluable in allowing PXG to get that penalty down. Now Noah just hiding behind any obstacle that they've got. And you mentioned, came up the ability for King of Ham to go a certain direction and lock it up. Now finally forcing Noah away with the Trizuka, but having to contend with the triple splashdown from PXG. Gray has consistently been in the faces of these members of King of Ham, and that has enabled, we've barely gotten to look at Goss this entire time. The pressure that they're not applying necessarily to people, but on the zone itself has allowed them to push it all the way to 14. And now finally King of Ham with an opportunity to maybe do the same to PXG.
I think Goss has had the awareness that his role in this so heavily relies on his ability to sit there and paint the zone, which is a very one-dimensional and not fun playstyle. But if it's what's needed to win the game, that's what you need to do. And I think I see the vision with the counter pick now out of PXG. These smaller ledges are very easy for Gray and for Soldier to slosh over. It's the reason they were looking for Mako a moment ago, and now it's the reason they're finding some success here. The other difference this time is Noah is dialed in and online. I would not be surprised if he's already now at 10 probably at this point in the game. Has been able to find a lot of these plays and is very well protected even at the moment, with PXG having so much yellow in it.
Yeah, likely no 6-3 this time around for Noah. I think they are wide open to have free reign here against King of Ham. Soldier surviving once again. That knowledge of when to jump out, so pivotal. Has the tactical right on top of the zone as they're in single digits for their penalty. Gets the pick once again. Tanaha going down as Noah looks for yet another victim. Sofu in that line of sight as they're being distracted, I believe, by Soldier. They're single digits now on the zone itself as Noah basically acting as a living beacon to allow those jump-ins to come through. Soldier taking advantage of those low walls that you mentioned, K-Bot, and despite giving up a little bit of room getting into the nearly final minute here, it is still PXG that is yet to be conquered for long-term by King of Ham and getting back to the zone.
Every time we look at Goss, he's sitting in the exact same spot on the back end of zone, pumping out the ink. It's not fun, gang, to play traditional support, but that's exactly what Goss is doing here, and it's what's extended the game so far for PXG. Can King of Ham find a way to get a firm lockout? We haven't seen that quite yet. Maybe there's an opportunity here, but they have to find an early pick. They don't really. It's a 1-for-2 trade at the moment, so while King of Ham might be at advantage, Noah's going to start to get some pressure here, and there's plenty of time left for PXG to find something here. Actually, Gray just tried to dive in, gets away as the awareness and the quick super jump to get out, but is going to get his jump camp. Now Soldier goes down again. King of Ham in position to go for the sweep here at the moment. Noah hits a shot onto Ina10, shutting down the Trizuka. Now has to try to go right towards the zone. They lose the lead, and the whistle blows at the very end, not giving them a chance to cap the zone and go into overtime. What a play for King of Ham to find that at the very end. It seemed like everything went their way to find some of those picks they needed at the very end, particularly on Gray and Soldier. And anytime you can get a few members down, the entire tower starts to crumble.
It's not quite Turf War, but it's one of the closer matches I've seen in replicating the feeling of the final 30 seconds in Turf War, where things can just get flipped on their head. It is just astounding to me how well things were going for PXG. Gray being sent forward, creating space, taking down anybody that got too close to dropping down on the ledge, and freeing up Noah, who basically wasn't even in the minds of King of Ham for most of this because they were having to contend with players like Gray and Soldier camping these drops. But once we got into that final minute, 45, 30 seconds, that's when King of Ham was able to finally activate. And the same problems that plagued PXG previously, the alliteration there is crazy, by the way, gives them nightmares again now, in that they are forced to trickle in. It is not necessarily a team issue because it happened much earlier in the previous games, but this problem of being locked down on time. And once again, K-Bot, you are left in the final seconds with weapons that are not optimal for painting the zone. So you send forward these weapons that are good at slaying, but also are needed to contend and create an overtime situation if you lose the lead that late. You don't always get to choose who you lose. That time, PXG lost some important players that specifically would have been helpful for taking that zone back, and they're not able to come away and hold on to that lead as a result.
And I think there's a lot of ways to try to mitigate the pressure of an E-leader comp, right? And the large part of it is attempting to crumble the space around the leader, forcing it to move, or otherwise putting it into a position where it has to. Oftentimes, the only way to do that, especially on a more tight quarters map like Mincemeat, is going to be to have to fight through everybody front to back, right? That's what they needed to do. Finally coming through, it was King of Ham that's able to take down Gray, take down Soldier. Now they can fight against Goss. They stagger Goss slightly, so now the one painter, as you mentioned, is gone, and suddenly there is no presence around Noah, even when he's sitting all the way back, and that allows the Zuka to come out of Ina 10 to look that way, or other things to try to make sure that Noah isn't quite comfortable. And the second that E-leader isn't quite comfortable is the second the foundation starts to crumble. It's a double-edged sword, right? While you're playing an E-leader composition, you think that your hold is very strong, but your retake is much less so. And I think we saw it there at the very end of the game, the inability to, when push comes to shove at the end, and you have to make that 2v2 play towards the end of the game, or even 2v3 play towards the end of the game. It's challenging to get back in if you're trying to do it on an E-leader. PXG tried, unsuccessful, and goes down 0.
And, quickly a return from some of those score lines that we saw previously. Gray, for all of the advancement they were doing, they finished 13-8. Noah, 4-5. So again, mostly about the creation of long distance space being an oppressive presence, but taken down by a relatively consistent King of Ham team, with Inaten going 12-5 and Tanaha going 11-5. Some score updates as well for you around the rest of round 4. Milky Way currently down 2-1 against CutieNK. That one looking pretty close. Rinascita, actually CutieNK finishing that one off before we get to Rinascita. So 3-1 for CutieNK, as they have not lost on the day. Only, in fact, that loss in one game to Milky Way, their only loss on the day so far from a game perspective. Always here with the 3-1 victory over Rinascita. They have not lost since round 1, when I believe they had some player difficulties. They will move on next to take on Milky Way. So they're coming off of a couple of big wins. Elsewhere, Vacuum World gets the win over Crickets. Yamato Spirit continues the 3-0 beatdown that Heelbook is unfortunately facing today. 4 straight 0-3 matches for them. And then to round things out, a 2-2 knockdown dragout between Mellow Good and New Meta. New Meta with some surprising results, taking a game off of Yamato Spirit and also a game off of Vacuum World, and looking for their first win since going up against Always Here, where again they had those player difficulties. So would be interesting to see a win over a Mellow Good team that has had some great matches. They get 3-1 over Rinascita, but then were not able to combat Milky Way or PXG in following sets. So lots to look forward to, and K-Bot, Milky Way and Always Here, I believe, for round 5, going to be an incredibly interesting one with the day those two teams have had.
Certainly will be. The other comment as we look across the event here that I want to kind of point out is that I feel like, by and large, more of the match wins are going to the teams with the unique win conditions, right? And the last one, King of Ham, has maybe a triple bubble composition they can pull out against you, right? That they uniquely know what their success story is, and it's challenging to play against, right? In this last one here, the only Western team that might get a win in round 4, New Meta, has a very unique style of a brush Tetra combination that is constantly aggressive, constantly in your face, and they have perfected that play style for the better part of the past 3 or 4 years at this point, right? These are the kinds of play styles that are netting wins. It's not necessarily the traditional cooler composition where you have a straightforward front to back fight, or even a lot of AoE presence that is securing wins. And maybe that's just because that's the shiny new toy, and I'm so used to seeing that from teams like PXG who run Blaster Slosher all of the time. But even still, right, I think the teams that are uniquely playing towards their win condition and have a unique win condition that you can't practice for or plan for outside of after game 1, those are the kinds of things that we're seeing. And I think it's something that Milky Way has come across multiple times today. They had a couple players pull out, what was it, Zach, and Anarchy Nova was played against them earlier and they lost.
Laddershot, Anarchy Nova, and a recycled Brella both played against them in round 1.
When have those two weapons been in a game that Milky Way has played, let alone when have they been in the game together that Milky Way has played against players that have such high mechanical prowess, right? This is not similar territory, and it's no wonder why they might face some struggles, because there's nothing you can practice for in an SWS other than this very event and what we're doing right now to stress the importance of the reason for these global gauntlets. So it'll be interesting to see what Milky Way has come out with. Of course, they have had a win today over Mellow Good. They've won that one 3-1 and have had some success across the board. But you mentioned Always Here is their opponent in round 5, and their team name a bit ironic this morning, as Suamaru was not here in round 1. Not quite always for this team, but nonetheless, a little more traditional, I would say, in terms of what Always Here is most likely to end up playing. The only asterisk, of course, being Streamer Senna on this roller.
Shades of 60% of the time it works every time. 60% of the
That's
time,
right.
Suemaru shows up every time. As we take a look at our struck stages here to start us off, both teams striking 2 before we get into our later games in which the winner will strike 2. And what we have so far is a mix in a sense. So Milky Way, in listening to their comms a little bit, they, in round 1, were thinking about Bluefin Depot as one of their options that they wanted to go to counter their opponent at the time, which was Yamato Spirit, this time striking it. And the ultimate result is Robo Ramen. So a stage that has seen its fair share of zones play. I do think that when this stage does get played, it typically is 4 zones, another 1 zone stage. The zone is not large like it is on some of the others, the Eeltail Alleys or the Scorched Gorges of the world. It is large, but it's not the largest. And you have these strict areas in which the anchors or backlines can play. You have these low walls and boxes that you can get on. As we get set for round 5, game 1 between Milky Way and Always Here. And taking a look at the compositions, K-Bot, I saw this on the sheet. I haven't seen it a ton from Jared, but they will be going over to the Twinkles Splat Dualies, maybe seeing the triple big bubbler and saying, hey, I want to participate in the big bubbler fiesta that's going on today.
And it's played against an E-leader, right? Might as well. We're talking about maybe this is a potential counter. This is what they're going to opt for in game 1. We'll see whether or not it ends up working, because it's not quite nearly to the extent of 3, but 1 is a start nonetheless. And I think especially out of the things that Jared could potentially play, especially relatively favoring those vanilla dualies. A Crab Tank's not going to be nearly as successful here, I think, as a big bubbler. So I like the plan overall, and it's netting them some success here early. You see the forced approach and defense from Milky Way as they rack up a decent chunk of change here early in game one.
Yeah, Q overwhelmingly going to be on this Snipe Rider. Nice pick there as well from Bran, who snuck around and has been better today on that S-Blast generally than the Slosher. 2v1 now for Milky Way as they look to hold on. Perfect weapon for this stage, the heavy Splatling. Not only has it come into effect quite recently, but also the Sprinkler, so easy to place down. And we talked, K-Bot, before this match got started about the weapons that don't get played quite a bit in common high-level events, but the roller is always this sneaky favorite of some players that can be devastating in the right hands and has great mobility and movement. And look at how far Senna has advanced forward. That's a big reason why Milky Way has lost the zone and always here is pressing that advantage.
Yeah, one of the things right now, while they might have a counter for the E-Leader, they don't have a counter for the Inkback that's come out and has been a favorite of recent times in Japan's meta. Jared dives right into the big bubbler here, is able to take it out, and now is going to try to go from behind here. Flank angle potentially going against Goyame. Here is the big bubbler as well, but an Inkback is used in response, and Jared's forced to go on away, despite the fact that no Ink gets lied on the ground whatsoever. Here, Streamer Seta comes up with one before getting taken down, and Suramaru continues to lurk, is going to be able to pick off ice. That's happened multiple times so far, and now gets it against Q. Beautiful work in the surprise play from Suamaru, and then Streamer Seta comes up with the cleanup to net game one for Always Here.
Noticing a theme from our teams from the East in that they are resilient, and that is a consistent marker of successful teams. We talk about this with Milky Way quite a bit, actually, is that Milky Way is a team that's not afraid to give up the lead at the beginning, give space early on for the ultimately better play in the middle portion of the game. And that's exactly what happened here. But Always Here found a way to best them, and it was on the back of Senna having the space created to advance forward and play against players like Ice, who spotted them very clearly in that sense. But when Milky Way is on the back foot and they're scrambling to get out of spawn, they're scrambling to find position, Ice is way further back as a result of being pressed back by Always Here. They're like sitting ducks in that instance. Senna able to push forward on the back of the curling bomb. It's not a sub that you see very often, but it gives you great mobility. And then Suamaru spotted too little too late. You want to have that wave breaker as often as you can to prevent flanks or sharking like this. And as a result, Suamaru, majorly impactful play in allowing Milky Way to be sent back to the spawn area, giving them no real chance to compete for the zone at the end. So with these teams from Japan, they are fantastic at regrouping, taking the 2 or 3 minutes in the middle of the game to analyze and figure out the weakness of the team that they're facing, and then use that in the final minute or two of the game to their advantage to ultimately take that game.
I think Always Here is more a play on the team's play style and their ability to find those consistent sharks, right? I think the ones that came up big for them were the ones that won them the game, specifically Suamaru there at the very end. And, you know, all right, I'll give in, Zach. I've been watching a little more baseball lately. Almost feels like that play was more of an error from Milky Way than it was a fantastic play from Suamaru. Anytime you're trying to find those sharking plays, you're relying on the team not knowing where you are and getting caught by surprise. Suamaru wasn't hiding per se, right? If there was any amounts of ink that comes out of either of those two longer range weapons to get on the ground ahead of time, Suamaru gets very easily caught out. And that game, I think, looks a lot different in the very ending stages, perhaps with Milky Way giving them an opportunity to come on back. But already see the pick, and we're just diving into it. Never mind. The players, apparently our players want to go to bed, and the Japanese players also want to get on with their day. So we're diving straight into this one. The pick out of Milky Way is Brinewater Springs.
Yeah, and the reason for the quick entrance is that not much is going to change. Jared will fall back into old habits going with the Splat dualies, and why not? This gigantic ramp that you're given on Brine Springs is the great avenue, not just for anchor weapons as we see Goyame trying to line up shots on the E-liter, but also for the crab tanks that Jared will inevitably build up, but it's going to be more difficult to do that when you get jump shotted there by an E-liter. Now, Always here able to push very far up. Q not able to get into a solid position on that Sniper Rider 5H. Brand falling as well as they try the age-old strategy of just sitting below these drop-down areas. And it's that opposite theming again.
So will be interesting to see how this progresses. Is Always here in position, and this ink back from Suamaru again. You see, I think you're starting to see why Japanese players like it so much, is in this position here, being able to walk right back up this ramp, having that ability to shut down this entire cone in the area is huge, and Milky Way hasn't been able to find response. Finally, they get on top of the zone now with 88 seconds to go. 3-down situation, and this is a potential opportunity for Milky Way to get set up, but no! A beautiful play out of Hisatakaru. I'm sorry, I butchered that one. I can't. I was like about to stutter step. It's too early in the morning for this. Great play for the Tri-Slosher, but Milky Way still in this.
Hisatsuru Ko, I believe the Tri-Slosher is. If there's any weapon that I have to know the name of the player, it is the Tri-Slosher. And I was thinking too, I don't know if it's just because I've watched so much of Adapt's gameplay, but the Tri-Slosher Nova always feels like such a Western weapon. It's weird to see it from a Japanese team, as Milky Way has clawed all the way back, less than 10 points away from reclaiming the lead. Ice pushed back, Brand waiting for anybody that might be dropping down. There goes the lead over to Milky Way. Will anybody push forward? They do lose one member, and that's going to be the ink back coming out. Brand trying to make sure they can stay alive, but gets spotted out by Hisatsuru Ko, who helps to claim the back end of the zone. It's a 2v2 at the end of things. The damage is done. It's a lead for Milky Way, but K-Bot still plenty of time for Always here to come back and retain that lead once again.
Yeah, these holds are very long for both teams, as we've seen so far. And it wouldn't be surprising to see Always here keep up an aggressive play, find another play with this ink back, get Goyame into a beautiful position here, and streamer Senna lurking forward. The Wavebreaker goes out trying to catch out some of those potential sharks, and another 2-down situation here is going to mean that Milky Way has a play towards the zone, will take it and apply the penalty. In the ensuing fight here, though, might be a more back and forth, 1-for-2 trade. As we see this continue to play out, now 3 down on the other side of the stage, and that's going to allow Jared here to start going right back up to Goyame. Takes down one jump before getting away, but here comes the presence from Milky Way. They might go for a knockout.
Yeah, this is part of Q's play style as well. If she gets into position, she's not just going to sit back where she can watch the zone. She's going to be right there with her team advancing forward. That's single digits for the penalty as Jared using that crab tank forces out being back from Suemaru. It looks like it's going to work, even though they're backed into a corner. But more importantly than that, Always here had to scramble back to get back to the zone. They're able to steal it away once again as Milky Way gets down to 2. But one team fight bought here, as it looks like it might be a team fight and a half. Not enough time for Always here to press that advantage. They will get the pick onto Jared, though, as Senna looks to move forward. And for now, Always here, as we get into the final minute, back into that similar situation where they are dominating, but the resilience coming back from Milky Way is starting to show through as we get to the 50-second mark.
But resilience is not going to be enough alone to get you through an ink back here. The ink back starts to come up the side. Here's Senna right back into the fray. Disrupts Q, but it's a 2-for-2 trade as Milky Way holds on and parries that punch altogether. It will be the cap out of Always here. But again, Milky Way is consistently finding ways to get back into the zone. And now Jared on a crab tank here is going to make a play right back towards the zone. 2-down situation for them, though, as they weren't able to clear out the fight on the ramp. And the ink back is there again, trying to lock this down for Always here. More ink on top of the zone. Milky Way starting to find it, and the wipeout comes through for them. It feels as though they just have to try to defend for a little while longer. Senna tries dropping here. Maybe there's a play towards the zone with just a few seconds left. They're certainly attempting, but no, it's too little too late.
I think Hisatsu Ko, as I've done several times, was LARPing as a regular slosher, trying to see if they had the range to affect that ramp up at the top, and we're just trying to dissuade the members of Milky Way from coming down. It led to their ultimate demise. And bravo, props to Milky Way for not falling into the same pitfall that they did in game number 1. They really prevented a lot of the lockdowns that could have happened their way, getting picks, and we saw Jared play a more objective-oriented playstyle at the end there. You could see them rolling over, getting the attention of one member of Always Here, rolling back into that cover to make sure that even when the zone was fully taken over by Always Here, they stayed put and could try to distract or have an impression on the zone. And taking a look at the final stats, Q, a big reason for that win, 24-7 with 6 Tacticoolers. Ice, similarly with that output on the zone, 18-6 with 7 wave breakers. On the opposite side of things, Suemaru, the Ink output leader in that game on the 96 gal, 1841p compared to Q with 1636 and Ice with 1556. But the two players being combined in that effort and being unafraid to push forward versus Suemaru, who oftentimes was stuck or also having to use that ink back as a way to protect their team. Different roles for each of those weapons, and in this case, with this stage in particular, Q and Ice combine alongside their more aggressive counterparts to even this matchup at 1.
Speaking of ink backs, 8 of them for Suemaru in the last one, right? Feels like that's almost 100% uptime in some respects. Certainly it isn't, but it's probably what it feels like if you're Milky Way, right? Constantly having to run into this thing and fight it all the time. But I think the difference was the stage selection there favors Milky Way because you don't have to answer for that ink back, right? Robo Ramen, much more challenging. You almost have to approach from your own right side. Here, you don't have to go all the way down your ramp. You can just drop off left, and there's another way to get ink on top of the zone that means that you can ignore the threat that is coming up your ramp right in front of you. And so I think that's one of the reasons that Milky Way was able to find some level of success. And then, of course, their ability to try to go for the lockout, and that's why you see them wrapping around so much, why Q's a more aggressive presence on a faster snipe rider in comparison to an E-leader could have helped them in that last one. Now, of course, it is the stage selection for Always Here, and we're going to Mako Mart. This doesn't feel like a terrible surprise to me. Great roller stage. Also, a little more front to back playing, where a lot of times you are going to have to answer for this ink back or for the 96 that's going to have pretty big sight lines. And then, of course, safe spots for the E-leader as well. You can see the vision here, I think, for Always Here.
Milky Way still banning as though it's the randomizer selecting this stage. They wanted to get like Mincemeat Metalworks out of the way. They didn't want that to be a potential option, but we do go to what is heralded here again as the final destination. It is a common pick, and this should be an interesting proving ground as we don't see any swaps from Always Here. And on the opposite side, just Ice going over to that Forge Splattershot Pro. Jared will stay on the regular Splat Dualies. So perhaps wanting that Booyah Bomb to be able to hit this funky plus-shaped zone. Senna gets caught out immediately and early. Jared again, who is oftentimes sitting trying to build up that crab tank as quickly as possible, taking the offensive edge, and a great shot there by Goyame. Jared, we see once again being that aggressor, kind of taking up that same mantle to Gray in our previous match as Milky Way gets out to a strong start.
Strong start here, certainly, and great play from Jared right off the opening. He'll catch Streamer Senna off and then continue to keep up that presence. Here comes the always present ink back out of Suemaru, but it looks like it's not going to be enough this time for Always Here. They go 2 down. Streamer Senna taken down now as well, and Jared in position with the dualies, one of the primary aggressors on this team for Milky Way, and Brand follows suit on the other side of the stage here as well. We see a Booyah Bomb now charged and at the ready for Ice, and another one comes out of Bran on that S-Blast. Now suddenly this could be dangerous right now. Always here, starting to approach on this side and pops the bubble on top of the zone to find enough for the cap. So once again, Milky Way gets an early lead, a very strong one at that. And it's always here that's going to have to try to start clawing at that.
That is a timely big bubble as well. They are beset upon in that instance by Jared on the crab tank and had the range to be able to have an impact on the zone. That gives them cover and gives them the perfect angle too. The placement of it was great to get back in. Now protected once again by that ink back. Hisatsuruko pushing forward to make sure that if they even can't hit Q, that they're pushing them back. But it's Jared yet again on this crab tank, having an effect on the zone and drawing both the members of Always Here and Milky Way back to the objective. Bran not able to find a target as Screamer Senna, who we've talked about, had struggled a little bit getting into impact positions and having an impact on the game, now being a catalyst for change for Always Here. We saw that Flow Aura State activate just before they went down, and the shoe, it appears, has dropped to the other foot. That patience from Always Here showing out as they've gotten to 44, and that penalty is not long for this world.
Stage selection once again making a big difference. I think that's the reason why Screamer Senna is able to have such a large impact. Once again, it's the smaller ledges that a roller loves to sit right underneath, the little ledge goblet in all instances, right? Whether it's carbon roller, vanilla roller, what have you, Screamer Senna being able to be in those positions and be relatively safe diving in on plays like this to find a trade is what is netting this for Always Here. They're 2 down now, and the play towards the zone has to come out from Milky Way. Surumaru forced off the zone with the Booyah Bomb, and Milky Way will find the retake just in time before the knockout, not before going 2 down. And meanwhile, Hisatsuruko looking on this left side. There's Q taking care of business, but Senna jumps right back into the action, and they continue battling it out.
Getting 2 off the jump is devastating there. That player should be splatted to rights, for lack of a better phrase, and they were able to get a double off of that jump in, and that almost single-handedly allows Always Here to come back and end that push from Milky Way, who has reclaimed the zone. Hisatsuruko getting the assist there, not able to impact the zone itself, but indirectly playing around players like Brand, who is going to finally be able to take them out, and they'll have to hold it here. They've been tiptoeing around this penalty, and they've slowly been chipping away at it. Ice, as he tends to do, sitting on the Booyah Bomb. He is not a player that will fire off the Booyah Bomb right away. Saves it for the ideal position when they need it the most, and that could be coming up as Always Here gets the one pick there, finds another one onto Jared. They're getting into single digits now. The Booyah Bomb is going to come out. 7 seconds left to go. The explosion there, and the big bubbler comes through. Will that be enough? They've stopped them at 7 as we get into the last minute of the game. Jared pushing forward and gets the drop onto Hisatsuruko. Another one coming in, and the Booyah Bomb will cement it. Milky Way fights through the penalty, fights back into single digits, and they will take game 3 on Mako Mart to take the lead in this match.
You know, I called them out and I said it might have been an error in game 1 that lost them the game. This time around, when the clutch moment mattered, Milky Way locks in and takes care of business. I think here at the very end, the largest heads-up play isn't even a splat. It's Jared being the only one that can reliably shred the big bubbler with its weak point on the top. You have to imagine that as the aggressive dualies player, Jared wants to dive in, wants to make the fight happen, but recognizes that without taking out this big bubbler on top of the zone, Q can barely do anything to get any level of paint or presence to the zone. And I think Bran was stuck back there nearly too. And you mentioned Ice having the Booyah Bomb at the very end to secure it. When you've got 2 to play around with, or no, actually it was Bran's Booyah Bomb, I think, at the very end, that helps secure them this game. This is the heads up I was talking about, by the way. Ice is on this right side. Jared's the only one that can take care of the bubble, does so, and it allows Milky Way to collapse on top of this zone with Brand's Booyah Bomb coming in at the very end. Great work and execution. Solid heads up play all around towards the objective here at the very end for Milky Way. And hey, they're ahead in this one now.
That's the benefit of cycling your specials and understanding when Ice holds on to that Booyah Bomb for so long, they can call out to their team when it's going to be thrown out. So 10 to 12 seconds left. Ice has it. That protects one side of the zone. Then you're able to use Brands for a different side of the zone. And that play from Jared, I love that you called it out. threading through that big bubbler, and you could tell how much Always Here invested in that in the final seconds. Not that they had much of a choice in doing so, but that basically left them as sitting ducks, as we see Milky Way now fanning through Eeltail Alley and Hammerhead Bridge, 2 stages that do not come up in competitive play very often. And Umami Ruins, though it does come up in competitive play decently well, 2 zone stages are typically not that popular. We don't see a ton of Undertow Spillway and Umami Ruins, which I think are likely the 2 premier 2 zone stages that we have available. So it's going to be a bit of a different play style, still a playground for both of these teams, specifically Q and Goyame. You have that cylindrical overlook as we get into game 4 relatively quickly here that are going to have an impact. You also have players like Jared that can set up in the middle of the stage with that crab tank and have full purview over things. The swap from ice from that forge over to the heavy splatling, and Suemaru going to have that 96 gal, of course, to try and absorb the heavy amount of ink that's going to be coming out from Ice and Q.
The largest thing, once again, this pick makes sense from Always Here, given by the fact that we were talking about earlier. You mentioned it, Zach, plenty of area for Goyame to get set up on a leader, and then small ledges for Senna to hang around. This is a great counter pick that was found by Always Here. But early, it's once again Milky Way that's getting the better of them. Another delayed 3-down situation here opens up the game, and Jared on this crab tank, maybe potentially escorting Milky Way for even more, but actually it's going to be forced on away as we start to see the approach come out from Always Here. Now they go in for the fight together, and it's another 2-down situation. Senna taken down, I think, by a shot from Q, and is forced to jump on away. Has the big bubbler at the ready, and pretty soon Always Here is going to have to make a play towards the zone. But no, Jared catches out. Now Suemaru too on this drop, and comes right around for Goyame, activating the Floor Estate, forcing the last jump back. And while Senna might be right in the action here, Milky Way continues keeping up their pressure for this lockout.
I was thinking I was going to have to say I've played these games before where Milky Way gets off to a hot start and then around the 30-40 point mark, Always Here finds a way to stop them, but there has been no stopping Milky Way. They do lose 2 now. Ice, who's been playing a ring around the rosy on these boxes, finally gets caught out by Hisatsuru Ko, and it will take a little bit longer this time, but finally Always Here going to get the recipe for success to stop the rampage that Milky Way was on, and they're continuing it forward. I wonder if Milky Way gets a little bit aggressive coming out of spawn, doesn't regroup as timely because they lose too early, but they've backed off, and it's this strategy of giving them just enough space for them to play around with, and it's now Always Here being forced to 2 down that will allow Milky Way to get back once again, suffering relatively minimal damage after the way that they were taken out.
One of the reasons why Milky Way is so good, I think, is at this point they understand the playstyle of what Always Here is going for. It's either a shark or it's the team up between Suemaru and streamer Senna. And the second that they can take out one or both of those players is the second that they are going to be successful. If they can shut down the tip of the spear, so to speak, and the roller and the Inkvac combination, they're going to end up being successful, because that's 2 players that their playstyle is so centered around going for those precise plays. But right now, it looks like it's starting to turn on his head, as now Hisatsuru Ko going forward, getting one. It's another 3-down situation for Milky Way, and it's when these things start to stack together that Always Here builds back up the momentum and might be able to take the game back. Zach, maybe you were wrong. We haven't played these games before.
No, this is looking like it's a strong spot for Always Here. Senna getting advanced, looking forward to get Jared. We have seen that before, flicking onto Jared, flicks back onto Ice as well for the second, finally gets the third onto Q. They get the quad. It's a wipeout from streamer Senna as they advance forward on the warpath. The Suemaru Inkvac is a formality at this point, and on the back of those heroic plays, we are going to a game 5.
How about the young prodigy? Pretty sure the notes say 11 years old, right? Unless my memory is just mistaken. But no, I think that's accurate, and certainly not playing like it here, coming up with that ending. And by the way, with the Floor Estate activating early, that means an assist at minimum happened before that quad happened. So Senna on a complete tear at the end. How about this one, though, from Jared as well? Continues opening up the door for Milky Way. But again, for a second game, Milky Way can't find the secured knockout here at the very end, which is, at some reason, baffling to say how that actually happened, right? In part, it's probably just that Always Here has all their specials and is in position to be able to capitalize and effectively play not just as 2 members, but as 3 or 4. And in often cases, taking the fight to singled out players of Milky Way who might be starting to get a little fatigued now in round 5 in a game 5 situation where they've been pushing a lot of these series to the distance so far in this event. But it's this play at the very end from Senna that does it for Always Here. How about that? The game 5 counterpick advantage to Milky Way. We'll see whether or not they can pull it out.
In my mind, breaking down the composition of Always Here, it's almost as though Hisatsuru Ko and Suemaru have swapped roles. So you have the 96 gal, that becomes your support. That's kind of what's holding your team together. That's the glue that's backing you up. And they're mostly focused on giving your team protection with the ink back. And instead, it's Hisatsuru Ko, both by the nature of their playstyle and the Tri-Slosher as a main weapon. They become the skirmisher. So they take the gaze and the impressions from Milky Way that allows streamer Senna to advance forward either undetected or unable to be stopped. This unstoppable force that just steamrolls forward on the back of players like Suemaru, Hisatsuru Ko, and of course Goyame, who gets that premier position at the top as we see Crabble Capital and Manta Maria stricken from the record as we look for our final pick going in to game 5, a deciding game 5 where Milky Way, one of their biggest question marks is, can they find the answer to the blues that they're undergoing of getting out to this massive lead and then it all slipping away under their noses. And in some games, they've been better about retaining and recycling back than others. That game 1, it was a tragedy for them trying to figure out how to come back. And then in game 2, when they get to Brine Water, they figure out how to fight back and how to lock out Always Here. Maybe it's a story of which Milky Way do we get more so than which Always Here will we get, because Always Here, for all intents and purposes, their strategy's been basically duplicated every single game.
Certainly, and that makes me wonder where we're going. Okay, I was going to start throwing out options, but the pick comes in. It's Wahoo World for Milky Way here, and I think something like this makes more sense to me, where hey, the ledges aren't nearly as high. Sure, there are some where if streamer Senna gets in position, can start threatening Q, but by and large, it's a much more open stage, meaning that you're not going to have to contest this 96 gal all that often, and there's not a narrow path forward that streamer Senna can take along with Suemaru's support to, you know, completely infiltrate a fight and change the dynamics on a dime. So I think this one makes a lot of sense if you are Milky Way. How are they going to be able to lock down that presence from this roller ink back combination? That's been really where things have relied upon. Normally, right, I talk so much about the E-leader because it's almost always the E-leader that changes the state of the game. This time, that's not the case. It is the combination here, because I think when you have 2 players working together that can be vulnerable at times, that's where attempting to take that fight instead, if you're able to come out victorious, is going to drastically change the way the rest of the game must be played. It's the second game 5 for Milky Way today. They lost versus King of Ham earlier and picked up a 3-1 victory over Mellow Good. Also in round 2, we'll see whether or not they can pull out a round 5 victory.
Yeah, not many compositional changes. Ice will be on that heavy splat lane. And you talked about Suemaru. Suemaru with 1 and 6 in that last game. So that both adds to the point of, yes, Milky Way is shutting them down when they encounter them, but that also means they are playing that more supportive role. They're focused on the state of the game and the state of the stage instead of on getting picks. And there's that ink back that they fish up. Hisatsuru Ko goes down despite it. It's a 3-down situation there against Always Here. It was a little bit of time spent on the zone, but Milky Way with their counter pick advances forward, gets the pick there onto Senna, and I think that's a big reason why Wahoo World is chosen here. It just opens up so much space and so much visibility. It's like you're looking out over the Grand Canyon with the way that you have sightlines now. Does that mean you don't have to still watch under mid? Absolutely not. But you definitely have a better chance to see a player like Streamer Senna as Milky Way getting past the halfway mark.
We've seen this once again from Milky Way, right? A strong opening push as they fend off blow after blow. Suamaru now in the ink vac. The curling bomb is in position, meaning Streamer Senna might be on the way. But no, 2-down situation here. Senna backed on away from that fight and didn't actually fully engage. And now is looking for more onto Jared. Goes in the floor, a state meaning that was at least 3 splats and assists. But Hisatsuru Ko cleans up for always here. And this will be the first primary hold for that.
Yeah, just walks in and gets 3. Just says, don't mind me. Just kind of, we'll stroll past you here and pick up some people. They're going to go 2 down, though, so maybe overheating a little bit. But Senna, when put in those premier positions, able to take out multiple members of Milky Way and allowing the jump in, too. So Hisatsuru Ko has this uncanny ability on whatever side stage to jump to a teammate and have survivability that a Tri-Slosher is not known for. Senna getting a pick there onto Q as well, as we see always here get past the halfway mark. Ice having to help shred through that big bubbler once again, has the protection of this cushion to try and combat Goyame, who is still on this E-leader, and Jared sitting on the low walls trying to find somebody, this time in a more idyllic position on this crab tank than they were able to get to on Umami Ruins. Now in this sort of trading back and forth phase, it hasn't been as emphatic for either side, and it's befitting of a Game 5 situation.
Do they know that Hisatsuru Ko is here? Yes, they do. Able to get spotted out by Ice in a 3-down situation for always here, as the battle on the front lines went to their favor as well. Halfway through the game, Milky Way back in control, but another 2-down situation is Suamaru. It looks like actually was able to clean up a handful as well. And it always here is going to come right back into this one. Here's the ink back. Jared dodge rolls behind to take it out. But even still, always here is able to find the cap towards the zone and beat Hisatsuru Ko again. You're met with the Tri-Slosher to the face. Takes down a few. And it will be always here once again finding their hole.
Goyame, we don't get to watch very often because they're just this constant presence in the backline. They're taken out here, and Q playing a similar but not duplicated role, as they tend to play much more aggressively up front. And Milky Way will need that, as with the amount of penalty points they have, that's effectively one whole team fight. Brand just not able to get out. Splatted mid-air. A teammate will avenge them. Multiple specials being sat on by always here, including that ink back that they've had to play around against so often. Ice with the distance pick there against Hisatsuru Ko. That's going to be impactful as well. Brand getting another pick, and back in this trading situation where somehow always here comes out on top of it for the most part. And with these trades going through, always here will kind of take that every day as long as they can maintain the premier positioning on the zone.
If they can, but that's going to be even more challenging with these longer range positions. Tell you what, Ice feels like he's going on a tear in this game in particular. Jump off the wall from Suamaru. The fadeaway shot doesn't connect with Ice here, and that's going to allow him to maintain some position on this right side in prime position for Milky Way to make a play. But no, they go 2 down, and Senna takes down Jared again in this little duel that's been happening all match. With 37 seconds left to play, it's always here quickly ticking down the timer. They might take the lead at the moment. It's now Suamaru taken down by Q. Will Milky Way have enough time to get back in? It doesn't feel like it. They don't. The lead goes to always here. Will they be able to hold on as Ice is once again lasering down a few members? There's enough ink towards the zone for the cap to come through, but it's a long way to the overtime play. Although maybe not quite as long as I think. Is just 30 ticks separate them from this series victory. Milky Way on the precipice of 2 wins in the Global Gauntlet in 5 rounds. Here's Jared's crab tank. Once again, gets met by the ink back from Suamaru. It's what's worked for them so far, and everyone's going for it, and they do find enough ink on top of the zone to come out on top. It's always here, taking the Game 5 at the very end.
So close. And with Milky Way, they just get into this habit of trading back and forth. They're not able to get clean picks, or they get splatted right after getting a pick. It's just a recipe for disaster at the end of the day when they started out so strong, as they so often did in this entire match. They had such great starts, Fran looked so much stronger on this S-Blast 91 than they did initially on the Slosher earlier in this event. Senna was, for a good portion of this Wahoo World game, locked away from the brilliance that we had seen, for example, on Robo Ramen. But players like Hisatsuru Ko were just a thorn in the side of Milky Way. They were this presence that got right back in as soon as they were splatted, like they never even left ice in these premier positions, but were taken down or were flat out blocked by specials like Suamaru's persistent ink backs that they had at exactly the right times. It felt like the wave breaker just the cherry on top to try and find any members of Milky Way, as they were pretty consistently hanging around the zone, not really playing too far behind. The only instances were when, as we see here with Senna, they were guarding that drop down that either Q would stand on or that the members of Milky Way favored dropping down on as their preferred way to get back to the zone. Definitely flashes of brilliance from both teams. It was a wonderful 5-game set, but that is going to be always here, taking the victory and keeping their unbeaten streak since round 1 alive, picking up wins against Steelbook, Crickets, Rinascita, and now Milky Way in the closest engagement yet. So with an update on the bracket coming soon, I did want to mention one match that we didn't get to talk about from round 4 that finished up. New Meta did end up defeating Mellow Good 3-2. So that one also going to game 5. That's a win for the West. The rest of the results in our round 5, PXG losing 3-1 to CutieNK. That's looking like a very strong Japanese team. Always here, of course, with that 3-2 victory. Vacuum World, the sweep over Rinascita, and Yamato Spirit with a 3-2 victory of their own against Crickets. Mellow Good taking out Heelbook. That's now 5 straight 3-0 losses, I believe, against Heelbook. And to round things out, another sweep as King of Ham came off of that sweep over PXG and swept New Meta on top of that. So K-Bot entering our final round here should be incredibly interesting. To give you an idea, we have 3 teams out of Japan that are undefeated on the day: CutieNK, Vacuum World, and King of Ham. Currently, the tiebreaker held, I believe, by CutieNK with 15 game wins to 2 game losses, compared to Vacuum World with 15-3.
You know, Zach, I think in an event like this, it's not quite about who's at the top of the table at the very end, right? It's more about watching the matches, watching exciting matches of Splatoon, and I think the broader picture for those of us in the West are, all right, how many of these can we actually take? And the answer is not 0, right? As we saw in the first Global Gauntlet and are seeing here again today. And now that's 2 opportunities for Milky Way that have come up just shy of greatness. So they're so close. Now, I think we've caught wind that perhaps Milky Way won't have the opportunity to play with this roster in SWS proper, which is unfortunate to have to say out loud. But the reality of the situation is this doesn't pay the bills, and there's other stuff going on in everyone's lives. So to see what Milky Way will come up with in SWS, or even what adaptations PXG can start to make heading into the next one, will be interesting. And speaking of other adaptations, is the players of Rinascita that kind of go a little quieter into the night across pickup rosters time and again in recent times. But these are the players that have played with PXG in Sendo Q finale victories, right? This is basically the second string team for PXG in this iteration. So it's fun to see them come out and come together for this event, still looking for their first match win here today. Likely don't have a lot of time playing together, and you're playing with a carbon roller player like Volty. That is a unique difference. And of course, you're playing up against Yamato Spirit here, one of the last minute additions to the event. I think this roster came together within the 24 hours immediately preceding this event. So it's fun to see them come out here and have plenty of talent as well.
To be honest, this is the match in our block that I was most looking forward to after seeing them play against Milky Way in round 1 and seeing that Anarchy Nova as well as the recycled Brella. Would be really interested to see if that comes out again. And to your point, K-Bot, it's not all about the standings. We do, of course, have to honor it. And Rinascita 0-5 in match play, 4-15 in terms of games taken. Both teams with the opportunity to strike stages. One that's been a pretty consistent shower today, Mako Mart, struck early by Yamato Spirit in addition to Urchin Underpass, which has been a favorite in the Western scene. And it's Inkbot Art Academy that we go to. Thankfully, no tower control today. That old ghost not going to be able to haunt us today. But for zones, you are given a decently sizable one zone stage, and it's a relatively small stage at that. So the Charger Overlook that you have, it's going to be decently expansive, but it is going to be belly to belly with the edge of the zone practically. So we've seen players just loving sitting right below those Charger areas, those drop downs with weapons like blasters, sloshers that can easily have an impact on the player that's trying to stay distance as we get into game 1 of our final round here between Rinascita and Yamato Spirit. Volti, with that carbon deco to the surprise of no one, will go up against the Dynamo Roller. And there it is, K-Bot. The Anarchy Nova from Azu will indeed come into play.
Yeah, so interesting to see this play at all. I have to imagine that the Anarchy can have a little more of an aggressive presence with an Inkjet especially, which we know to historically have played a huge role on stages such as Inkblot Art Academy. And you see it come out here from Azu early, looking to keep up that pressure, is going to get taken down in the sky here as Phoenix now is going to start escorting Rinascita back on in. But the other thing, and the reason why I think it works, is Yamato Spirit with their total weapon composition has so much ink output, including that Nova splatter shot, that this is going to be a tall order for Volti to find ways in on a carbon roller if they're not sitting right underneath those ledges.
Yeah, it's a tough pick. The Carbon Roller has to have premier positioning from their team. They have to be basically gifted an area to push through, as Rinascita struggling to find their way in. Yoshell trying to take a different angle to see if maybe they can get the pick, but they are being beleaguered by Azu on that ink back. 4 ticks left to go. Yeti helping to lock things down. They're the only member left, but with 1 tick, that will be it, going over in a 100-0. Great start from Yamato Spirit, who's looking to cap off a relatively strong day, despite them being 4-1 in terms of matches on the day. They did get 3-0'd by PXG earlier, but what a start as they get off hot here. And now it's going to be, can Rinascita find a way to conjure up some success? I don't know if that looks like weapon composition changes for them, or if it's more so a stage to where, to your point, K-Bot, Volti can really be activated, because they were passive by force that entire way through.
But here's the problem for Rinascita. Urchin Underpass and Mako Mart were both taken off the table. Those are two probably that you would have loved to have gone to if you are Rinascita, so they were excellent strikes for this side of Yamato Spirit. But yeah, I mean, I think for part of that game, Zach, I might have dozed off and I missed like half of it with the time of day that it is. It's challenging, right, to try to play against this. And as we talk about, as I alluded to multiple times on the last Global Gauntlet broadcast, in the Twitch chat, notably, the sleep tax is coming for the players in the West, right? Whether you're European or in the States right now, you're certainly going to be feeling it at this point in the night. 2 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast in the States, and the sun has just risen, I imagine, over across the pond in Europe. So we'll see how this one continues to play out, but might be seeing more of the same, regrettably, here. Lights out from Yamato Spirit. 6 splats and assists for the Dynamo Roller here, Reno. So well done by them. And Lemurian Crab Lake taken off the table. Don't know if I would have loved to see those stages if I was Rinascita anyway, but even still, where you elect to go here, I don't know that there is an answer at this point.
Well, I don't share the same hatred as some members of staff for Wuthering Waves, which inspired the team name Rinascita. So I am hoping both for that purpose and for the showing of the West that we can see potentially a recovery here from the members of Rinascita. And they take it to an interesting place. This kind of brings us full circle. Bluefin Depot with that sort of moving zone. It was discussed in that game with Milky Way against this same Yamato Spirit team. So I think there's this idea from multiple of our Western teams represented here today that Bluefin Depot might be a hard counter to the composition that they are bringing today. So we're going to have to look and see how well that plays out as we get into game number 2. This could allow potentially Volty to be more active, as there are higher drop downs that the members of both teams technically, but Yamato Spirit will have to contend with. And K-Bot, I have to rub my eyes because I'm seeing something that I don't normally see. Is that an arrow spray?
Your eyes do not deceive you, and the sleep demons are not here for you yet. That is a Colors Aerospray you are seeing on your screen. That is a Burst Bomb and Splatter Color screen. So actually a decent kit for it, if you can believe it, right? But the Aerospray having even more ink output potentially here for this team is going to make it even more challenging for Volty to get in off of this one. And we'll see how this one ends up playing out. I mean, certainly I'm going to believe Yamato Spirit until they prove me otherwise, or until Rinascita finds an answer, because right now the range that Yamato Spirit has is more than enough of what they need with those 3 members to zone away Rinascita's aggression. We'll see whether or not that will hold.
Already a better result for Rinascita here, as they are not 100-0, but Volty having trouble getting through, and maybe that splatter color screen is in part a direct counter to them. They are not going to have as great of a view to get in or shark around the way that they might want to. That is going to be a couple picks going out against Yamato Spirit, though. The Trizuka helping to lock things down and create distance, at least for Volty. The rare opportunities where they are able to with the Carbon Deco. Phoenix definitely having trouble with that splatter color screen as they get stuck in the midst of it. And Reno, who we haven't really gotten to talk about much, kind of having a field day with this Dynamo Roller. They're not facing a ton of pressure. The E-Leader hasn't really found them either, and they are entering that Flow Aura state, getting active, no longer sitting behind the zone, and it is leading to Gehorin pushing forward, and Rinascita K-Bot just really struggling to find their footing here, despite a composition that maybe would have tailored itself pretty well to this stage.
The consistent deluge of ink out of a Dynamo Roller. I'm serious, this Dynamo, not a lot of people are playing it in the West, but I think it is a very strong pick and can have an incredible presence. You see it come over the edge again here, just wall, and you're met with a giant wall of ink that's twice as high as the wall that the Dynamo just flew over, and suddenly you can do nothing but close your eyes and go back to the spawn point. Well done once again for Yamato Spirit, a commanding Game 2 to nearly match that of what we saw in Game 1. Like I said, I don't think it matters what Azu plays, because clearly there's enough rest of a presence around a Dynamo Roller, around the range of a heavy Splatling, and potentially even the range of the 96 if you need it for good measure. The anchor play out of this is just so strong for Yamato Spirit that they've been able to find something that works.
Yeah, maybe this is the perfect match for the final round here, K-Bot. I know you've been a little bit sleepy. We need to send you back to your spawn point, or at least the sleep point, so you can recover there. But Yamato Spirit just indomitable right now. Renarua on this Dynamo Roller, essentially facing no encounters from Rinascita. They are able to sit back and basically choose when they engage or not, which is not a luxury that every weapon or archetype has the ability to do very easily. Taking a look at the results from that Game 2, it was not even the Aerospray that came out with the most ink. In fact, they were nearly third on a team that had a Dynamo Roller and a heavy Splatling. So it is just an insane amount of ink output, and you round that out with a 96 gal. Yes, it's the Deco variant, and no Kraken Royales were even used by Gehorin, but the rest of your team plays so heavily into the objective and just passively has the pure skill to fight off Rinascita that they hang on. And K-Bot, we go now to Hagglefish Market. This is going to give, I think, the best opportunity for Rinascita to send Volti forward when they're fighting over the zone. We'll have to see how well it plays out if Rinascita can get the advantage and see if they press up past that ramp into the court area of Yamato Spirit. But so far, they've thrown everything at the wall and nothing has stuck.
Zach, I want to call out one of the things that I mentioned earlier. You'll recall I said I thought the teams that had these more unique approaches to what their win conditions were, the better off they were doing today. This is certainly true in Yamato's Spirit, but the interesting tidbit, and I think there's a lot more to unpack from Global Gauntlet, whether or not this is the last game you see on this broadcast here tonight. The Global Gauntlet crew has been doing a great job of providing every played match to you in post. So stay tuned to the IPL YouTube channel because Global Gauntlet Reround is coming back for this event here today, and I will be tuning in to the PXG versus Yamato Spirit match, which was 3-0 in PXG's favor. In addition, PXG versus Always Here, I think, is going to be a fun one to watch too, but we've got more ahead of us here. We'll see whether or not it can come through now for Yamato Spirit or if Rinascita can get on the board.
A custom Splattershot Junior coming out from
I'm
Azu.
serious.
They are
It doesn't
shaking
matter.
the proverbial dice shaker and saying, whatever I roll, I am going to take. A Reflux joining that. Shades of Turf War. You talked about attacks having to be paid. I thought we might avoid the Turf War tax, but shades of that coming through with the Reef Slider is one of the picks, and it is a comp yet again that is chock full of ink output as the primary factor. That's being countered on the Rinascita side by that E-leader being there. You would think they'd be able to set up on that uninkable ramp area or that tarp and have free reign. Volti you would want to send forward, and the NZAP being their tactical weapon of choice, but they just cannot contend with the pure ink output. Yes, they're going to have an ink back at their disposal, but the splats are coming through outside of that, and Azu's moving forward unabashedly. It's 3 down against Rinascita, and yet again, Yamato Spirit is larger than Rinascita's by a mile.
I feel like this is a 5v4 in just how it feels to play, I have to imagine. With a heavy Splatling in Natsu's hands and the Dynamo Roller in Reinoura's hands, having this much ink and this much possibility, look at this, stepping forward and get 2, having chip damage on a few of the others before the ink back can even come out. That's what I'm talking about here, where a great Dynamo Roller player can really take advantage of any weak point you might have and fully punish you for it. That situation shows it as well. Phoenix tries to come back in with another vac, but I think there's a chance it's once again too little too late here. Look at the ink. It's maintained on top of the zone. It's still purple, and Yamato Spirit will hold off Rinascita again in nearly a third. 100-0 tick down. Props to Yamato Spirit, and no wonder some of the Western teams have struggled with this composition tonight, even despite Azu's interesting selections, because it's not about Azu at all.
Yeah, common from these Western teams is, okay, we regroup, we build up multiple specials, we use them on the objective, we get a pick or two in line with that, we win the fight, and then we play on offense. That tried to happen in the waning seconds of this game 3, but 3 members of Yamato Spirit were just sat there, left, middle, and right, firing into the middle of the zone, and it was more than enough to survive things like the 3 shots from the Trizuka that were coming through. So you're just planting these members with their main weapons and saying, we are essentially gargoyles. We are not going to move. And with the amount of ink we're putting out, we are going to scare you away from being able to have an impact on this zone. It is such a scary composition. You might see something like a Reflux for zones and a Splattershot Junior and say, what are we doing? This will be an easy win for the other team, playing a much more meta composition, especially in the West. Not so. They played to the objective. They knew exactly what they had to do, and their positioning was very strong. They keep their Dynamo Roller back behind the zone just barely, so that if anybody sneaks behind and tries to steal the zone away, it only happened once. They got a couple of points snuck it away, and it was just a snap of a finger for Yamato Spirit to steal it back. So an incredible play there to stick to the strategy, an unconventional strategy, yes, but one that played out flawlessly, leading to a Game 3 win and a sweep against Rinascita. Quickly taking a look at the bracket too, one other 3-0 has finished as well, as Vacuum World is going to finish off Milky Way's day with a 3-0 sweep. Always here, currently up 1-0 over PXG. And then we have Crickets down 0-2 to Mellow Good. Steelbook 1 game away from coming away with, unfortunately, no game wins on the day, as they're down 0-2 to King of Ham. And finally, New Meta down 2-0 to CutieNK. So if all things hold true, this would be a round swept by our Japanese teams. And you can see at the bottom of your screen there, Vacuum World, with their victory, has cemented a perfect run through the 6 rounds. 18-3 on the map, so they're looking strong from that perspective. On the opposite side of things, PXG and 2 Meta with 2 wins on the day, Milky Way with one of their own, and a strong map win rate at getting 8 of those in addition to PXG. So KBot, it's been a mixed day, but overall, in comparison to the previous Global Gauntlet and the amount of power these Japanese teams have brought out, relatively successful for the West.
I think so. We'll have to wait, of course, on the final numbers to come in, and I'm sure the analyst desk that is stuck around, braver than me, Popgun, and Shadowwind, might I add, last time go around, as Sasu, Fufu, and Pat will be on the back end of our closing thoughts here. But hey, last time around, West picked up 3 match wins. This time around, West is picking up 4 match wins. Depending on how the rest of this shakes out, looking unlikely that the West is going to pick up another one, but always a possibility, certainly in the way that this could turn around. So +1 additional win in a fair fashion here for our Western compatriots. And I think it's about on par with what we'd expect. You know, I think in a lot of ways, the Western crews were able to put up fights, were able to have some levels of success. And I think as we, in the next few weeks, go through the rest of the re-round and what else is on our dockets here for all of the other matches that were played, we'll get a better sense of looking at what our teams are doing, what the Japanese teams are doing, how those styles can coexist, and other general philosophies. Because again, I think every team right now should be taking a look at what their composition is, what they think is best they're going to be able to play, and what their win condition is that they can take that is unique to them. Is it raw paint output like we just saw out of Yamato Spirit? Is it something like a VAC roller combination that can pop up and surprise you from a random shark opportunity? All of these sorts of things are just unique play styles and creative play styles that we don't typically get to see over here in the standard event. And that's what makes things like this so special. So it's been a lot of fun. And while the Global Gauntlet series might sunset, there's still plenty more time to process before we gear up for the Splat World Series.
So much to glean from these matches today, and they're still continuing on as round 6 finishes out a strong day of competition between the East and the West. Just a gentle reminder that despite the results, these are the best that the West has to offer. So this is really testing our mettle and will continue to be such an impactful way to measure where we are as a region against some of the best that Japan has to offer, with how much they're able to play and the strategies that they bring. So I hope you've enjoyed Global Gauntlet 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll have tons more action to be broken down by our analyst desk. But K-Bot, we got to get you to bed, old man. I'm an old man myself, so I'm going to be following myself there shortly over to my own bed. But thank you so much. Thank you to our production crew. Thank you to our previous casters in Siren and Magic. Thank you to everyone that watched at home, as well as all of our teams that participated across time zones today. We'll send you over to our analyst desk now. Don't go anywhere. This has been Global Gauntlet number 2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now in the post show. That was a lot of excitement, but for anyone who missed a few things, Fufu, can you kind of break down the last 3 rounds that we saw, starting with PXG versus King of Ham?
We're gonna go quick here. The score for PXG versus King of Ham was 0-3, with King of Ham taking a very dominant side of things. Pretty much almost all knockouts from that front. And quickly moving onto Milky Way versus Always Here, which a close set. My prediction was spot on. That's all you need to know as a sneak peek. But they went 2-3 with a very, very tight game on that front. Pretty much every game there was something close, whether it was a back save or just those last single digits. That was pretty much most of the games on that front. And finally, it was Rinascita versus Yamato Spirit. Unfortunately, Rinascita did get 0-3 there, as Yamato Spirit pretty much dominantly held all of the remaining games for that set.
Yeah, you can see on screen here basically how all the data we have has shook out. Honestly, we're gonna get a little bit in this discussion. Maybe we'll start off first with taking a look at our predictions for these final 3 games. But you telling us those scores, like you said, Fufu, you were correct in that 2-3. You can take a look here, starting with PXG versus King of Ham, ending in an 0-3. None of us got that right. As a matter of fact, practically all of us thought that PXG would be sweeping that game, when they are in fact the ones who got swept. So definitely very surprising there, keeping us on our toes. But we're gonna run straight through these. Milky Way versus Always Here, ending in a 2-3. You are correct, as you just saw. I believe Zach had that as well. So well done to you guys in terms of getting foreseeing that, opening your third eye. And we're gonna end it out there with Rinascita versus Yamato Spirit, ending once again in that 0-3. Correct from Zach, and Zach alone, I think, being able to foresee that in the future. Perhaps Zach took into consideration this would be the 6th set, and we saw a little bit of a waning, unfortunately, from a lot of the European teams who, for them, the time is definitely really crazy. I'm sure you can speak on that, Pat, as well as what you think about these predictions and how they shook out.
I think we've learned a lot today, as K-Bot was saying. We've seen so many different comps, so many different dynamics, and so many different players, honestly, talent from all over the world. There was the unexpected. I was really hoping for Rinascita, and I'm sure they will come back stronger than ever the next time, because they're able to work, they're able to learn. Yeah, this was not their day, this was not the best, but overall, this was the West solidifying what they did in GG1. This was the West able to repeat the kind of performance that they had. And we're glad to see, again, so many good games, so many interesting games, especially. We've seen so many different compositions, so many different weapons and strategies that were in place right there, and I'm glad we got to see that.
I'm glad you bring that up, because I'm not quite sure. Like we mentioned, there are games that are still ending now. We have an updated graphic of our games and our sets up against the East coming from the West, but you can see that in front of you now, that on practically every measure, we have beat ourselves out in terms of our performance with Global Gauntlet, which, as you mentioned, Fufu, there's some shakeups in terms of who's here and stuff like that. Obviously, there was some subbing out as well. So things not so suspected, but it seems like by metrics, we are doing better than Global Gauntlet 1. But you tell me, Fufu, now that Global Gauntlet 2 has finished and we will be looking forward towards Splat World Series, having seen this entire round robin event, how are you feeling the West should feel moving into Splat World Series 26?
I think we still have some work to do. Of course, we are celebrating over an extra set over last time. So while we can take those little wins where we can, I think there's still an uphill battle to face because the goal is definitely to at least be able to take out the teams that are seated kind of like in the middle, especially for Japan there. And while I think we made good progress, I think it's still quite the battle to do. So hopefully we can continue to see those rising numbers for us, especially as we move into Splat World Series. But again, I'm happy my bets were correct for this one.
Yes, really well called. And Pat, I'm going to throw it to you. Now that Global Gauntlet 2 has concluded, are you feeling better or worse about Splat World Series now that we're moving into it?
Hey, Sasu, if there's one thing that we've shown with these two global gauntlets is that there will be competition for the Splat World Series. The Splat World Series are going to be high. Last year, it was very rough for the West to watch the Splat World Series. This year, it will be different. We'll have more opportunities. We have incredible teams showing incredible talent. And I can't wait for the Splat World Series.
Yeah, and you know, even now, PXG is still doing their set, I think, against Always here. So games are outdated. There's still things that are finishing up and possible games to be had, but it's definitely super exciting to see that competition you were talking about, Pat. I think all of us collectively, after seeing this showing, definitely, whether we end up doing well or not, last time around, we had one game, and look at this chart. We have all of these games collectively as the West going up against Japan. So perhaps we're looking at a closer Splat World Series this time around. And we will definitely be clued in and looking forward towards that. But I think for the most part, that is the best way to bookend this post show, discussing our predictions, how Fufu definitely should maybe go to Vegas with a lot of those predictions. Really well done this time around, and seeing all of these games, more sets gotten from the West. I think well done to these players, and I'm going to be excited seeing Splat World Series 26. But regardless of what region you're from, I believe it's getting late. We have, for the most part, given you all of this information. Be on the lookout for sets. We are not seeing the end of the set, as you can see at the end. It's still going. So we would have to even update that. Like we said, more games are happening still, but this was a fantastic event. I'm looking forward to Splat World Series. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for joining us, for sticking with us, and you know, keep on the lookout for Splat World Series 26, because I think it's going to be amazing. But thank you for joining us. We will see you later.
Bye-bye.
To the battles won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.